Cygames is a company with quite a bit of money, and capable of taking concepts, no matter how out there, and making them into a surprisingly profitable business venture. They were founded by their parent company, CyberAgent, and began making games for mobile platforms back in the year 2011, before finally deciding to shift to development for consoles in 2015. And to say they've been successful would be an understatement. Now, assuming you're under the age of 50 years old, I don't think I need to tell you about the explosive levels of popularity that the Uma Musume series had, because people go crazy for Horse Girls Racing, and also it's got entirely too good of animation in its anime, and it's become a multimedia empire. But, assuming you are over the age of 50 and watch my videos for some reason, hi Mom and Dad, they have also been sponsors of the Kentucky Derby. Twice, in fact. Cygames also has a reasonably successful trading card game known as Shadowverse. But despite how crazy Uma Musume blew up in popularity when it went global back in 2025, I would say their most iconic franchise is still, at least currently, Granblue Fantasy, an RPG series designed as a sort of throwback to classic RPGs of yesteryear with the high fantasy, crystals, magic, airships, and Bahamut coming along for the ride. And honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it is a much better gacha that's much more free-to-play friendly than a lot of the usual suspects. A lot of their mobile games were pretty easy to pick up and were fairly simple, but they were enjoyable little things that didn't waste your time and for the most part didn't waste your money. Overall, yeah, I'd say their games are pretty fun, and when they got into the console market, I think Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising is one of the most fun fighting games to ever exist. I even talked about it back in my early days of YouTube, making it one of my first boss rankings. But of all their games, probably the most anticipated console release they had was Granblue Fantasy Relink, which was announced, or at least teased, all the way back in 2016, which, to put into perspective, I was in high school then. Now I have 2 degrees, a full-time job, my own apartment, and a YouTube channel where you're theoretically listening to me talking about video games for some reason. It was a collaboration between Cygames and the King of Action, Platinum Games, and was planned for a 2018 release. Only for 2018 to come and go with no release date. Development had to effectively be restarted, especially after it was announced that Platinum Games would no longer be involved in the project in February of 2019. But it was still planned to come out in 2022, so okay, we'll try and make it work. Only for it to get hit with another delay to 2023. And somewhere along the way, people began to wonder if this game would ever come out, especially after yet another delay to 2024. But finally, we got a concrete release date of February 1st, 2024. And it led to a short-lived but very popular meme when it was finally revealed that it was happening. Relink is real. It was finally coming out after surviving development hell and coming out the other side a victor. And honestly, sales-wise, the game wasn't some earth-shattering behemoth, but it was a success, selling over 1 million copies within 2 weeks of release and surpassing 2 million copies sold by July of 2025, which is nothing to sneeze at. But it seems like the game had kind of come and gone as a fun action RPG, but that was it. But there wasn't really any sort of indication if there'd ever be a follow-up. Until relatively recently, when Endless Ragnarok was announced as a massive expansion breathing new life into this game like something you'd see in Monster Hunter. Whether this was an expansion that had been a long planned out venture, or something Cygames decided to make after the explosive popularity of the Horse Girl series, I couldn't say yet. But the game was awesome, and I wanted to talk about it as well as replay it. Since Endless Ragnarok's right around the corner at the time of writing, I figured it's time for me to get back in. So, I hope you'll join me on this grand journey across the skies. I would like to start out with Hallelujah. This game has its own chapters, so I don't have to make them up and take wild guesses myself as to when I should start and end those. I can just use what the game gives me. Anyways, our journey begins with us flying through the sky on our airship, the Grand Cypher. This game doesn't really bother to go into a ton of introductions, as it's more the middle of our hero's journey, so I'll touch up on the main characters when the opportunity arises, but we're your band of RPG heroes going on a journey on our airship. That's what's important. From here, we get the choice to pick who we like to play as for our protagonist. The game will refer to them as the captain, but because calling myself Jackass is not allowed and these games actually have set characters, I'll be going with the canon names of Gran and Jita. The two of them are interchangeable, as you can swap out at any time as the game continues unaffected in the slightest. They have slightly altered movesets and animations, but that's about it. Ultimately, I opted to play as Jita this time around because she's my main in versus, so why the hell not? And this isn't Dark Souls, so I can't make an abomination with a massive chin.
What a vast expanse. It's easy to forget sometimes.
You can say that again.
But we made it. To Zega Grande Skydom.
Now we're a step closer to finishing our journey! It's nice we're getting closer to our goal and everything. But... I was thinking, wouldn't it be wonderful if our adventures never ended? To me, seeing the world with everyone is so much fun. I sorta wish that it could go on forever and ever. You read my mind.
Now, after the cutscene's over, we get a chance to walk around the ship and talk with our companions, as this gives us a little brief, meet who's here, and also just gives you a chance to get a bit more used to how the game's going to be, where you have conversations with your teammates, you have your little dialogue options, and things like that as downtime in between combat. And one thing I did notice in this game is that your protagonist actually does talk. Kind of. I mean, there's certain points earlier in the game where they almost act like a silent protagonist, but later on in the game, they kind of drop that. It feels like you can tell the game developers started thinking, yeah, that silent protagonist idea was stupid, and given that this game went through some development hell, I wouldn't be surprised if that was like a change from Platinum Games to Cygames.
What's with the tunes? You put on your happy pants today or what?
It's this new Skydom. Reminds me of my younger days. Got me falling in love with the skies all over again. But you can rest easy. I'm keeping an eye on the horizon. Anything comes close to the ship, and you'll be the first to know.
Think we'll see monsters?
Hard to say. But if I know these airways, the skies will turn on you when you least expect it. Why don't you go check on the rest of the crew? I got things covered up here.
Now, once you've walked and talked and gotten acquainted with everyone on the ship, it's time for combat. But in this case, it's a very easy and safe tutorial where the game tells you about attacking, blocking, and dodging with perfect dodges, giving additional invincibility frames after the dodge ends, while perfect blocks stop all damage, causing no reduction in your guard. So it's basically kind of like a parry at that point. Do some learning and go help Lyria. Because we need the plot to happen, we decide that a couple of wyverns is a perfect opportunity to summon out Bahamut to annihilate the low-level enemies. Seems like a bit of a nuclear option, but alright, I'm down.
Primeval dragon, child of flames. My name is... Bahamut!
Of course, because it's a day that ends in Y, Bahamut goes out of control yet again, he goes berserk, and now we've got ourselves a tutorial boss fight against Bahamut. Wait, what? So yeah, this giant dragon is your tutorial boss of the game? Sort of. There's been this big trend in games over the last couple of years to have the first boss be this big cinematic experience that also performs some very basic tutorializing, while also being extremely easy to give the player an ego boost for the early game and also act as kind of a hook. Since you had an action-packed start, you're more inclined to sit through the slower parts of the games afterwards because you want to get to that high again and see where everything's going. Now in Bahamut's case, it's less of a fight and more a matter of survival, which, yeah, you're on the ship that has Schrodinger's durability, and by that I mean the Grand Cipher is insane. What I mean by that is, in cutscenes it's always getting severely damaged and torn up, but for some reason, in these boss fights, where the ship should be getting destroyed, it holds on just fine, and this is a recurring theme in the series. Heck, Bahamut himself is responsible for some of these instances. But hey, it is a really cool and cinematic moment in the game, so I'm not really complaining, and it does get you hyped for what's to come. And it comes to a climactic ending as we crash the Grand Cipher into Bahamut while he's charging up a big attack. It's a really awesome set piece and a great way to cap off the game's prologue and get you invested in what's to come. Of course, afterwards, Lyria has to pick the worst place possible to fall unconscious and pass out, so she falls off the ship and we fall with her. How do we survive? Well, because fall damage doesn't actually exist in Granblue. It's just very inconvenient to go and pick someone up afterwards.
Lyria's voice echoed through the darkness. It was familiar. Painfully familiar. Just like the day we met, before this whole long journey began. Though I could barely use my sword, I tried to protect Lyria from the Empire. I almost died. But then...
You protected me. Now it's my turn to save you. Take my power. Let it guide you. Let it become your strength. I know you can do this.
Our lives are linked. While I may not fully understand how, Lyria gave half her life to save me. Her gift gave me the push I needed to pursue my own quest, finding Estalucia, Island of the Astrals. It was a fabled place at the end of the sky, where dreams are said to come true. Lyria and I, not to mention our ever-growing crew, are still continuing our search. But someday we'll find it. Then finally, the life link between us will... Huh? Where am I? Oh, right. Lyria fell from the ship, then Vern and I leapt after her.
Now I actually want to take a moment to talk about something I really like here, and that is the death of a trope, we shall say. Now Gran and Jita don't talk your ear off in these games by any means. In fact, it's even joked about later in the game how they're very quiet and reserved individuals in general, but I appreciate that they're not silent protagonists, and in general I'm happy that the silent protagonist trope as a whole is finally dying out. We don't need a hero that has to constantly fill the dead air with silence, but having a hero actually react to the world around them and interact with their companions goes a long way to helping them feel like characters, even if they're meant to be a vehicle for the player. Also, we get that scene that explains how Lyria and Jita's lives are linked together, so they're basically one another's defibrillator, making sure that they stay alive, but if one of them was to be killed, the other would die shortly after in the process. We're given some narration from Jita giving us the basic backstory of events from the original Granblue Fantasy and how the lifelink works while she's currently unconscious. And that's also how we know Lyria is still alive.
Come on, open your eyes! I said wake up! You okay, buddy? Jeez, scared me half to death, you know?
Our game begins, and now we get a chance to explore in a safe and controlled environment where we can look around for items and break some vines for goodies and all that good stuff. Basic tutorializing is exploring through levels. But oh no, Lyria is being attacked by timberwolves, and now the game's combat truly begins. We're told about attacks, power attacks, and charge attacks, and the combat will expand from here, but the game's action is very fun and pretty detailed as well, which is even more impressive when you realize this game has over a dozen playable characters. But while the Bahamut fight was heavily tutorialized, the game is now giving you a relatively safe environment to just sort of cut loose and try what you like. And I can appreciate that from a good tutorial. And with that, we reunite with Lyria, who's safe and sound, and the game teaches us about adept arts. These allow us to use our very first skill, known as Regenlave. It's one of the best skills universally that will continue to be useful throughout the entire game, and I will never take it off. And if you want to know just how powerful it can be, well, if you were paying attention during the Bahamut fight, he was using that very same skill. It's no slouch. And from here, we're simply given the task to run through the forest, grab any treasure we find in our exploration, and enjoy the beautiful music along the way. But while Bahamut was a big and bombastic battle, it was more of a set piece than an actual tutorial boss, so the games decided it's about time we get around to fixing that and giving us an actual proper tutorial battle.
Oh, I just heard Rackham! Rackham! We're over here! Burn, behind you!
This monstrosity is known as the Quakedile, and he acts as our first proper boss fight of the game with an actual health bar. While Bahamut was more about style and setting the tone, the Quakedile is more about teaching mechanics and making sure you've learned the basics. Initially though, he's going to seem kind of tanky, but that's because you only need to whittle down about 10% of his health at this point.
Somebody call for the cavalry?
You're so corny. Let's just take down the monster already.
And now we have ourselves a proper battle with party members at our side, so the initially bulky stone dinosaur is suddenly a lot more manageable. You could solo bosses if you really wanted to, but that's pretty ill-advised, especially if you're playing through this game for the first time. It's designed around fighting with a party of 4. Of course, while he is here to teach you the fundamentals and make sure you've got down the basics, it's still very much a free win because after a little while, we're tutorialized on utilizing Skybound arts, which are your big cinematic attacks that do a lot of damage and can chain together with up to 4 characters for a full burst. Think of these as your big ultimates or final smash attacks or the I want this thing to die now button. They are very powerful and they will be playing a pivotal role against boss fights throughout the game as you are going to make often use of them. And also, after you get done getting the full burst off, the boss is guaranteed to get broken, which is where his defenses drop to 0 for a while, and you can kind of just get a ton of extra damage in. It's pretty helpful.
You guys rock!
Captain!
Whew. I Glad we made it in time.
Do forgive me for being late, Captain.
Hope you saved some fun for me.
When the boss is slain, it's pretty clear, well, we're not going to be able to live out here in the forest forever and ever, so we need to find some sort of town. And with that new objective, we head on out. After the Quagadile, the walk to town is very quiet and peaceful. Not much else to it other than just reaching the town we need to go to, so you follow Vern. And while I'm not really a big fan of the follow this objective that shows where to go, I do like how it's contextualized as Vern just glowing to kind of tell you where you need to go at points. That is at least a neat way to do it if you're going to. We reach the town of Folka, a quiet and peaceful place, but Rackham comments how it's similar to Port Breeze, which acts as the big hub in other Granblue games. Basically, this is our safe home for the remainder of the game, pretty much.
Maybe we could grab a bite. Gee, I didn't know our captain was such a foodie.
So after an action-packed start and a thorough teaching of the basics, we get a chance to run around and see what the town has to offer. But before we can get far, well, we're gonna come face to face with a familiar face.
I have to say, you're a real lifesaver. Well then, see you next time.
It's always a pleasure. Come again. Well, what do you know? Sierra! What? It's Lyria! And the captain of the boat! You made it all the way to this Skydom too? Boy, you really do get around. You might just say I'm everywhere. Everywhere the cash flows.
This is Ciero Carte, better known as Ciero. She's the traveling merchant of the Granblue series, and as a traveling merchant in an RPG, she's an all-powerful entity capable of being anywhere and everywhere all at once. Also, she's here to introduce the game's barter system utilizing Rafale coins, and introduce you to the blacksmith who lets you upgrade your weapons. I really recommend not wasting them on the Partenza though, for reasons you'll see later. Now that we're finally in the hub town, we're able to access Lyria's journal. This documents progress throughout the game, as well as having many in-game trophies that will reward the player with items that can be quite valuable if they choose to claim them. I repeatedly forgot to claim them. Also, it's all little illustrations drawn by Lyria's character, which is really cute, and I like that. But we also now are given the chance to just go around town, explore, and see what there is to see.
Lincoln's already, making connections with the locals. Methods aside, he did know all the talk in Auguste. Mercenaries sure are resourceful.
I don't have much to say on that line, I just find it funny. But we do need to speak with each and every one of our party members to pick up what little information we can gather and familiarize ourselves with the town, as well as learning about the nearby mining village that'll be important a little bit later. While they give us some important world building and hints towards future objectives, the most important character to speak to is going to be Catalina, as she'll allow us to unlock the Grid of Mastery. This allows you to spend your MSP to power up your character as a sort of skill tree with an offensive and defensive grid opened up as of now, but 2 more will open up as the game progresses. Fair warning, however. Your MSP is shared between all characters, and while the game will be generous with the amount it gives you throughout, I'd say it's best to only spend a little bit on everyone and determine who you really want to work on afterwards. Because there's going to be some characters that are better off just benching if their playstyle doesn't mesh with you. Additionally, you will get more party members as the game progresses, so better to give characters a try and decide if you want to use them or will find them helpful. There are ways to grind MSP in the post-game, but in the main story, that's not as much of an option. I will say though, you can also beat the main story with anyone and everyone without too much fuss if you put the work in, but going for the super bosses, there's a very, very clear power hierarchy among the characters. There's also some dialogue with Rosetta where Lyria decides she wants to make a little guidebook, and personally I feel like this should have been the little prompt that unlocked Lyria's journal, but it doesn't. You just kind of have it once you get to town. Seems like a bit of a missed opportunity from an immersion standpoint. It wouldn't have really messed with anything in terms of pacing, it just would have been a cute little bonus, but I don't know, maybe that's just me. After we've gone around and talked with everyone, our next objective requires we head to the church to continue the main plot.
Doesn't it smell nice?
Sure does.
Sorry. Kept y'all waiting. Cypher's officially in the shop.
Nice work. Thanks, Rackham. So, we've got time to burn, it seems. Anyone wanna...
Almost forgot this.
You guys hear that?
All right, I'm off.
So we meet Rolan, a very important member of the town, but our meeting is going to get cut short before any introductions can truly get underway, as we're going to be interrupted by a random towns member.
You've got to help us. A tornado suddenly hit our village out of nowhere.
A tornado? Could something have angered Tempeal's primal beast? Huh? Remain here in Folka. I'll handle the rest. My apologies. It seems I'm needed elsewhere, so I'm afraid this is farewell for now.
Hey, wait!
Well, I guess there's nothing to do but have our band of intrepid heroes follow him. However, at this point we can also pick up any DLC items we may have, and I have things like the False Sword of the Apocalypse from when I pre-ordered the game back when it first came out a couple years ago. Otherwise, there's also the character boosters for post-launch party members. I will let you know, I could totally pick up Sandalphon right now and bulldoze the entire game. I won't be doing that, but I totally could. Now, it's time we head off to confront Rolan and let him know we're the heroes of the game and we're going to go help whether he likes it or not.
Then I'll cut to the chase. Allow us to join you.
Say that again?
It seems you're in a predicament. Depending on the situation, we could be of help.
After a small back and forth, Catalina is able to convince him, and from here, we're going to need to make ourselves a party of 4 characters. You'll be able to swap them around at will, but for now, I'll be going with a party of Catalina, Rackham, and Rosetta, for reasons I'll get into later, and obviously you have your captain who's locked into the party during the story. After that, all we really need to do is speak with Rolan and let him know we're ready to head on out, where Vern will give him the nickname of Fix-It Dude going forward.
Too dramatic, huh?
This guy's a few apples short of a bushel. He'll hear you, dummy! Glad you're with us. High five, Fix-It Dude!
Dude? Once again, my name is Rolan.
Yep, heard you the first time. Cheers, Fix-It Dude!
But it's Rolan.
Huh?
And so we begin Chapter 2, Tempest on the Horizon. Anytime you're on the airship, be it the Grand Cypher or another vessel, take the chance to run around because you can get some additional dialogue and you can always find a couple goodies scattered about for prime yoinking. And yeah, it's good to keep in mind for future use. And if you swap to a character that's chilling out in the field, then they will not be at their set point for dialogue. Case in point, Catalina here, where if we play as her, then Lyria just, instead of talking to Catalina, is talking to the voices inside her head or something.
Good technique. Only a pro would turn starboard to stabilize the ship.
I'll send her down a bit farther from the mines. It's about to get bumpy!
Everyone, grab onto something!
We arrive on the island of Tempest to help the villagers, and we learn that the winds are especially violent, but far worse are the swarms of goblins on the loose, terrorizing everyone and everything, so we've got to make like a band of intrepid heroes and go goblin hunting. And Rolan also gives us a transceiver to stay in contact with him while we go out goblin hunting. We're also taught about hallowed grounds. While you can save from the menu when you're back in the city, these act as your save points and rest stops normally, along with gaining other features later on. If you're a frequent viewer of the channel, you know what a Dark Souls bonfire is. It kind of functions like that. If not, go watch my Dark Souls 3 video, I'm very proud of it. Regardless, we have people to save from hordes of goblins, and as you may have noticed, I'm not playing as Jita here. I actually chose to play as Rosetta for this part of the game. Mostly because I just want to get her out of the way. Okay, look, I'm not saying Rosetta is bad, but I cannot play her to save my life. Her attacks all feel very slow and just seem to lack power, with an insane amount of setup prior with her roses being required to get anything done. She does have really good range on her basic attacks, but there's a tiny problem with that. In our starting roster of 6 characters, we have 2 characters with guns, and Io using basic ranged magic for her regular attacks, so her longer range is being outclassed by the other characters. Of course, I'm willing to admit I'm just not very good with Rosetta, so I decided to check what other people's tier lists and how they rated characters, and as you can imagine, results were all over the place for characters, as everyone has their own preferred playstyles and what they found good. Rackham was probably the most notable for consistently ranking high on those tier lists, usually being S tier or A tier. Meanwhile, out of all the tier lists I saw, the highest Rosetta ever got was B tier, and that was on a tier list where the lowest tier listed was B tier. If you enjoyed playing as Rosetta or Maynor, feel free to let me know in the comments what you really need to do with her, but as for me, well, enjoy her showing up now because she's going to pretty much just be a bench warmer once this segment of the game is over. Otherwise, the level continues and you'll see villages have been damaged by the primeval god of wind and the goblin raids, so now we need to slay the goblins and save all the villagers we find, as well as maybe find out what's going on with that primeval god in the future. While initially the goblins are kind of just cannon fodder trash mobs, they start adding in more dangerous members like goblin soldiers, archers, and the like that can be pretty dangerous, as well as goblin mages that like to set things on fire, yourself included because you are very flammable. Also keep an eye on that leak percentage, by the way, because using a link attack when it's reached 100% will enter something known as link time. It's a point where time slows for all enemies, your damage is increased, and your arts recharge extremely quickly. Effectively, it's a chance to deal massive damage to enemies, and in the late game, it's a chance to blink. Near the end of the chapter, we come across our last batch of villagers, and after fighting off a few goblins, we get attacked by a trio of mini-boss level goblins that Eugen refers to as the Chucklehead Brothers. These guys aren't too difficult on their own, but they're far more powerful than the cannon fodder you've been facing up to this point. This fight isn't here to be super difficult, but it's one last disguised tutorial, getting the player used to target prioritization and dealing with multiple strong enemies at once. There's not too many gank bosses in this game, but there are plenty of bosses that will have enemies join them mid-battle, so this is secretly preparing you for fights like that, and because of that, I actually think it serves its purpose pretty well. When the Chucklehead Brothers are defeated, the villagers inform us of more people that are still being held hostage in the Goblin Stronghold, so our band of heroes needs to go and save them because JRPG logic. I can't really complain. I pick Paragon options 9 times out of 10. I'd try to save them as well.
Y'all think this is the goblin fort we're looking for? Gives me the willies.
For this next stretch, I decided to swap to Catalina. She's not the easiest character to use by any means, but she can be very fun. She's the first character with arts that can be used multiple times on a single charge. Essentially, they'll consume half of the arts recharge time, so that's good to keep in mind. Additionally, since she has Ares that will come out and act as a major buff to all of her attacks when out on the field, instead of trying to describe Ares in like game and lore stuff, just think of him as a stand, a persona, or a shadow if you know about JoJo or Persona or Blue Dragon, and there you go. Catalina is essentially a paladin able to do good damage, but shining brightest when it comes to protecting others, fitting for Lyria's guardian and the protector of the team. But in gameplay, the primary strategy for her is to try and shotgun Ares out as fast as possible and use it to do massive damage when you're playing an aggressive Catalina setup. If you're playing a more defensive focus, then keep your teammates alive and have Ares save more for Skybound arts because those get buffed as well. That being said, ideally you want to keep Ares out and about regardless, and when playing at her best, she should be balancing both support and persona spamming. Otherwise, the Hallowed Grounds now have a new addition in the form of Sierra being present, allowing you to purchase items and upgrades that you like, which it basically is the same as going back to the blacksmith in town. Technically, you could still just return to town and pick the chapter up from the last checkpoint, but this is still very convenient, and given Sierra is an RPG traveling merchant, we already know she's the most powerful thing in this game's universe. Anyways, we've had some tutorializing and mini-bosses. I'd say it's about time for a real boss fight. We now come across the leader of this pack of goblins, known as the Great Shield Madbeat. He's not a super hard boss per se, but the boss fight is kind of like an exam. If you can beat him, you're ready for the game to get tougher. Now, the level discrepancy may seem intimidating, but don't be afraid. You're designed to be able to beat this boss here and now, and while he may be level 10, we're currently in the process of absolutely jumping his ass. Of course, that means he'll do much the same. As you can imagine by looking at this boss, he's able to not only summon out goblins to assist him in battle, but he's got two separate modes. A sword mode where he focuses on a single target and acts more aggressive, and a sword and shield mode where he focuses on blocking attacks and essentially drawing aggro, while the goblin soldiers get to work in battle. But he's also the first boss to have an overdrive, and you may be wondering what that will entail. Maybe more intense sword combos or something of the like? Well, good guess, but no. His overdrive has him enter a bloodlust mode where he's fully aggressive, but instead of using a sword, he starts swinging his shield around like it's the world's largest cast iron frying pan, and he's not afraid to bonk you over the head with it, while also causing multiple earthquakes and shockwaves in the process. This fight isn't a freebie by any means, but don't feel overwhelmed. Multiple characters have some form of party healing at their disposal, and Lyria is here to keep you healthy and topped off, so you just need to do your best in focusing on attacking and dodging, but it's nothing unmanageable. It's not the toughest fight in the world, but it serves to tell you the tutorial is over, so it's time to have some fun with everything.
Lyria, did you notice the wind throughout the battle?
Yes, I'm sure of it. It has to be Tempio's primal beast.
Bingo. Guess this is where the real battle starts.
With the hostages rescued and gotten to safety, we're now able to head into the mines to see what's going on with the primal beast of Tempest as Chapter 2 comes to an end. It's actually the only time in the game where we go directly from one chapter to another with no sort of break in action, like going to a city or going on a skyship. It's kind of odd, actually, now that I think about it, but yeah, it's no big deal.
Like a mining setup. Neat.
The winds have picked up. Rather foreboding.
Whoa! This place gets way bigger on the inside. Whoa. Look, everyone!
Some sort of altar?
That's a primal beast!
One wrong move, and that could be us. We need to forget about ever making it home.
Chapter 11 is honestly a really short one, as it's just this one dungeon, but hey, that doesn't mean it's bad. We head into the mines of Tempest and see the Wind Primal Furicane has been going on a rampage, destroying the place. Now, for this level, I've chosen to play as Eugen because he's another character I don't play too often. That being said, he isn't bad. He's the utility character with a gun that can attack from range. He has some support skills like Healing Bullet, and he has Poison Bullet, making him one of the lucky few characters able to poison enemies on command. And I'm just going to say this now, status effects are very good in this game, as we'll learn from a certain super boss in the end. You'll also see a good example of that at this Omen Stone. Omen Stones are optional battles that are very challenging for the point you encounter them, usually facing enemies much higher level than anything else in the area, including the boss. The basic wyverns are level 11, but the real threat are the two Tempest Gorgers that show up. They fight you at a whopping level 22. For reference, the boss of this chapter is level 14, so it's a fight above our weight class, but the moveset is still very simplistic, and with the use of poison and Skybound arts, you can pull off a win here. It is very worth your time to do. Now, I won't be showing every single Omen Stone battle, but just know I'll be going out of my way to tackle them when I can, because it's a good way to get a few extra levels. And for your troubles of taking out the Omen Stone, not only do you get a ton of experience jumping from level 8 to level 11 with no issue, but you'll also get a bunch of good upgrade materials and our first sigil, which is Attack 2. I'll go into sigils and what they do later on, but as you can maybe guess, they are very helpful and a key piece of in-game builds. Otherwise, the rest of this chapter is pretty straightforward and easy, as most of the enemies are between level 6 and 8, and pretty easy to beat, so we just have to fight a few mooks and trash mobs, and take a straight shot to the end.
On this path.
It's the home stretch! Go, go, go! Oh, crud! Watch out! This thing's not gonna hold up much longer!
You gotta be kidding!
Go for it!
Wait, what? This is a cage! Look out!
We can take refuge in the back cave.
Well, not quite. The chapter does have one last shakeup thrown in the form of Furicane breaking the bridge and us needing to run for our life. Once, though, you make it to the end, inside the cave you'll have a little safe area. Now, inside the safe area, you're actually going to find something interesting known as a shrouded treasure chest. These chests provide much stronger than average goodies, but they require a little movement check where you need to find and collect all the stones that are usually laid out in an intended path for you to follow. They may require some level of precision to pull off from time to time, but the rewards are very often worth it, and they always take place in safe environments, so I'd say it's worth doing. But we're not free of Furicane yet, as we're once again being chased, so run for your life and just try to ascend as fast as you possibly can, but along the way, some goblins will join in on the fun and try to attack you. You could fight them, but you need to ignore them. They're not worth it, and they're basically just going to get you killed if you try to fight them here. Still, you just want to keep running up until you reach the top, and when you see a giant mountain with a windstorm, you know you've made it to the end. The game is nice enough to give us another hallowed ground, but a rule number 1 of Granblue Fantasy Relink, and most games really, if you see a save point before a suspiciously boss arena shaped room, get ready for the fight of your life. Also, make sure to make any upgrades you want with Sierra, now's the time to do it. This is Furicane, the primeval god of wind, and she is your wake-up call. I would heavily advise bringing along Rackham for this fight, as she's weak to fire, and she's susceptible to poison, so Eugen is also a helpful addition. Io can also work well if you've learned her fire spell, but I opted to bench her for the moment since she's better in the late game when you start unlocking a lot more of her stuff. Ultimately, Hurricane has a fair number of melee attacks and tornadoes to avoid fitting of the primeval god of wind, so yeah, it actually uses wind attacks, who would have thunk. But eventually she's going to start flying through the air and trying to ram into you like a meteor that we can't stop. At least, not with our conventional weaponry. But we also have a Lyria-shaped shield with us, so I'd say let's go ahead and use that. That's a way to do a ton of damage, and I'm glad they don't cheap out on the cinematics for this fight, that's for dang sure. But the fight isn't over, as she's going to enter phase 2, changing into a far more humanoid form, and she's got you in her sights and ready to kill you. She drops the twin blades for one really long sword that's got a lot more range than before, while also loving to utilize tornadoes to her advantage, where she usually has little tornado follow-ups to her slashes. I wouldn't call this fight super difficult, but it's a very large step up over anything up to this point in the game, and she does her job very well as the first major story boss fight of the game, because this isn't a random monster or goblin leader, it's a primeval god, and it earns the name. Still, keep up the pressure, and she'll crumble like any other foe. Of course, it can never truly be that simple. While we may have calmed Hurricane, something else spikes Lyria's drink, I guess, because now she's being forced to absorb Hurricane's powers for reasons unknown and not within her control. So I guess it's time we meet the obligatory council of bad guys for this game.
You guys? Who are they?
No friends of ours, I'd wager.
Now, they look like a fun bunch to tangle with.
Do not deviate from the mission. We are simply here for a meet and greet.
And you are?
We've been waiting for you, Shaman of Salvation. Now, would you be so kind as to join us?
If you value your life, you'll leave us alone.
Oh, fancy a challenge, huh? Fine. Have it your way.
I'll end this in 90 seconds.
We begin with fighting this mysterious swordsman, and wait, why is his level question mark? What does he mean, 90 seconds? Oh god, I'm doing no damage. Yeah, we're not meant to win this boss fight. He's going to start demolishing your team one by one until you're all that's left, and then he's going to one-shot you. That's all you can really do here.
So we finally meet. O Shaman of Salvation, long have we waited for this day.
What? Shaman? Me?
How uncanny. So much in common with the blue butterfly and Seed Hollow's energy. Oh, my apologies. You must be bewildered by this disrespectful treatment.
Who the heck are you? And what do you want from us?
Oh. How rude of me. You may call me Lilith. They, the pilgrims of Avia. I, their shepherd. And I will not rest. Not until we open the path to Utopia. Esta Lucia.
Utopia? Wait, Lyria, but that's the same place we're headed.
Ah, truly? Our goals eclipse one another. Then I needn't prattle on. This meeting has proven quite serendipitous. I promise to take care of everything. Now, dear Shaman, prepare yourself for glory, for a grand pilgrimage awaits us. We shall pave a new path to Estalucia.
I don't think so. You don't get to make the rules on my watch. You fuckface!
If Come, let us return.
Now! If I could just stand up.
Give her back! Lyria! I won't go with you! Get off! Child of Flames! My name is... Let go! Help me!
You are unworthy.
After getting our ass kicked, we suffer from a nightmare where Jita is overcome with guilt, being unable to protect Lyria, and waking up to find that we were out unconscious for multiple days, and judging by the tears, it seems like no one bothered to change our clothes. Gross. I will say, I appreciate the facial expressions we get on Jita. She's not the most chatty protagonist in the game, but she isn't a complete blank slate either, and she doesn't just look at you with no emotions on her face as half of her world got basically destroyed right in front of her.
But I promised her I would show her the outside world, no matter the danger. What if I can't protect her? What if I can't get her back? I refuse to break my vow.
We know how you feel, but we can't jump the gun here, not without knowing more.
Yeah, that guy was tough. We need a plan.
Otherwise, you'll just mop the floor with us again.
No matter. We can't stop until we have Lyria back. Right. We're coming, Lyria.
Oh, Catalina.
So now we need to chase after the Church of Avia, the main villains of our game. Though they're more of a death cult than anything else, because they straight up have the Covenant's great journey planned. Now, I think it's about time we go and acquire ourselves some new gear, since our current getup is, damaged, shall we say.
Let's go.
I just want to say I love this new design for Jita. It's probably my favorite for her in the entire series. We're also given a new weapon called the Sword of Eos, as our old blade was destroyed and had to be sold for scrap. Honestly, though, I love this new outfit, and since I main Jita in Granblue Fantasy Versus, if they ever add this as an alternate outfit, that's gonna just be the thing I get, like, ASAP. Now, we just need to go around town and talk to our teammates, once again, with them giving their thoughts on the matter and what to do going forward. We just kind of have to figure out how to pick ourselves up and go find Lyria. Otherwise, we gain the ability to uncap weapon levels with something known as Refinium. So now we can bring our weapons up from level 10 to level 30, and it will go higher and higher as the game goes on. Make good use of this. It's going to be important, especially if you're going for the post-game. Once you've talked with everyone, though, you'll get a message from Sierra as she has something important for you. Crewmate cards are the way you add new party members to your team. Now for this video, I'll be ignoring DLC party members until the post-game because they don't use regular crewmate cards, but there's plenty of options to pick from. Each person will have their own favorites, so I'm going to give a few recommendations depending on your playstyle. Now, If you want an easy time, just get Zeta. She's the most powerful character, full stop. If you want to just bulldoze the story, she's your girl. However, picking her up now will mean she's going to require a lot more mastery points because the other crewmates get stronger when you recruit them as you progress throughout the game. Keep that in mind. Now, if you have a personal favorite, feel free to snag them and use them to your heart's content. I'm not going to judge you. However, if you're not sure, then I will advise against Yodara, because he's a wind element, and during the main story, you're locked to having Gran or Jita in the main party at all times, who's also wind element, so having him's kind of redundant in terms of coverage. And, well, he's redundant at best and a waste of a crewmate card at worst. Now, once you get to postgame, feel free, but otherwise, unless you're determined to have him, just wait. For me personally, I'm going to be benching Rosetta for the rest of the game now that we've showcased her, and I recommend honestly either grabbing Narmaya or Vasaraga as your pick. Vasaraga is a heavy hitter with an emphasis on charge attacks, and if you play Greatsword and Monster Hunter games, then he's your guy. Narmaya, on the other hand, has 2 different attack modes she can swap between, giving her some of the largest combos imaginable, and she's probably the most versatile character in the game. I'll be snagging Narmaya for now, but pick whomever you like. Chapter 4 is the most linear chapter in the game. There's no exploration, it's all about the combat, and there's no save points, so make your preparations before you leave to chase after the Emeritat, and the Grand Cypher finally has some damn guns put on its side. And now, we're going to be given a tradition between each chapter where we get some narration from our protagonist.
The Church of Avia, claiming Lyria was some kind of shaman of salvation, had ripped her away from us. We had no idea what they were after, much less what they had in store for Zega Grande. The most we could speculate? There had to be a connection between Avia's appearance and the incidents with Bahamut and Furikin. At the very least, Rolan had an idea of where they were taking Lyria. Latanya Island.
I'll be playing as Narmaya for this chapter because why not? I know this is probably the longest someone has gone in a playthrough without playing as Rackham or Io, but don't worry, they'll have their time in the sun in the next chapter. Anyways, this chapter is action-packed with our ship being boarded by Aviath soldiers that we need to swat like flies. But just playing defensive isn't going to do us any good, so we need to make use of our new cannons to damage their skyships. And we can turn their boarding parties into the worst ideas of their lives, as we can now board their ships as a counterattack that will allow us to begin attacking their ship's control unit, which when it's destroyed, the ship will begin to fall out of the sky where we need to make our escape. And that's basically how the chapter goes. Enemies will get more aggressive and relentless, with their boarding party starting to use things like anchors to try and slow us down, so we'll need to destroy those as well as keep going while dealing with their boarding parties and sinking their ships. It's a pretty simple chapter, but it's fun. The last ship is probably the most notable in terms of escape because it starts sinking immediately and capsizing in the process, so instead of running for it, we have to turn it into Mario 64 Slider, where we need to safely drop to the Grand Cypher to bring this level more or less to a close. And with their fleet taken care of, all that's left is to catch up to their ship, but of course, it's too early in the game to have things go according to plan.
Now that's some frightening firepower. I'm glad you're on my team.
What can we say? Those bozos weren't even a challenge.
All right, now to catch that ship. It's showtime, folks.
Who are you?
Who am I? Call me Galanza, Alpha of the Silver Wolf Corps, and strongest in the land.
Bastard! Watch where you stick that thing!
Who cares about a dumb pile of wood? You see, all that matters is the last man standing.
Galanza is our first major fight with a big bad that isn't a scripted loss, at least. And He stands out as he's the first boss in your weight class. Well, sort of. I mean, the dude's still built like a brick shithouse, but you get the idea, since otherwise we fought a massive dragon, a large lizard, a huge goblin dude, and a primeval god of wind, so now we're finally fighting an actual humanoid opponent. This means his fight is a lot faster paced than some of the battles before, as one would likely expect when they have a passing familiarity with action RPGs. This dude with a weapon is far scarier than the big apocalyptic monster. However, as your first humanoid boss, he has powerful but more telegraphed attacks than some opponents later on in the game. That being said, despite being a battle hobo built like a break shithouse, he's far from slow. As an opponent, he's able to quickly and easily leap across the map when he needs to, and he can also chain his attacks together for some spooky combos. Not to mention, he has a Skybound art of his own he can use at 60% health.
Excellent! This is the most fun we've had in ages!
Your spear, it transformed.
We're through! Storming death!
Now, while his Skybound art is spooky, he's not immune to being stunned, and unlike some bosses, he'll stay stunned for a fair bit longer than average. And because why not, let's briefly talk about Narmaya's playstyle. She's basically two characters in one, as she has a stance change mechanic for both sheathed and unsheathed, and because of that she can do slow and powerful attacks in her sheathed form, as well as rapid attacks in her unsheathed form, and because of that, there's also two versions for each of her arts, making her a very versatile party member. As long as the enemy doesn't resist dark, she might be the best option in the game for most stuff. Spoilers, most of them don't resist dark, by the way. I don't consider her to be in the upper echelons of party members, but I'd say she's a very flexible character that can fit into most teams without issue, so if you ever have that fourth slot and you're not sure who to bring, she's your girl. I will give you a fair warning though, when Galanza gets low on HP, it's very likely he'll use his Skybound art a second time near the fight's end. Of course, we do ultimately win, and the fight ends with Galanza beaten, but we can't take out one of the council of bad guys in the game's first half, so the small lady shows up and tells him it's time for him to escape, because a fight to the death this early isn't very good for marketing. Galanza ultimately heeds her advice and chooses to escape by doing his best Tao Pai Pai impression. Unfortunately, we can't continue our chase because the Grand Cipher was damaged. Gee, I wonder what could have possibly caused that. We're now at kind of an in-between point in the chapters. Narratively, we're heading to the nearest island to make repairs and try to meet with Rolan's contact. However, gameplay-wise, you are free to head back to Folka anytime you wish to restock, forge your weapons, and do side quests. Narratively, none of that's going to happen, but the option's available for the player, which is something that I always appreciate.
Snowstorm? Whatever. It's not gonna stop us from finding Lyria.
We chase after the red ship, straining to see through the flurries of snow. Latanya Island, home to frosty mountains, treacherous ravines, and desolate tundra. Out here, it's just white, white, and more white. The ship shivers in the blasts of icy wind. This place has got just one message for us. Keep out.
So we reach Latagny Island, the obligatory snowy mountain area of the game, albeit still a sky island because it has to be one of those, it's Granblue. Otherwise, this chapter is going to be a lot larger than most of the prior ones. Things are going to start opening up after this point. This is kind of our introduction to the big leagues and the last test before you really start to get a lot more freedom.
I'm gonna hug those cliffs. Ride's gonna get a little bumpy.
For the next stretch, I've chosen to play as Rackham, widely considered one of the best characters in the game with a large number of damaging skills, good buffing support, very rapid fire attacks, and as you can imagine by him having a gun, he's got some of the best range in the game. His damage per hit is on the lower end, but when he's attacking 7 times for everyone else getting only 1 or 2 attacks, that hardly matters. And as we advance through the tundra, we get some frosty denizens that decide they have a bone to pick with us. However, now we have a stretch of gameplay that doesn't necessitate me explaining things. Let's start talking about the voice actors for a little bit. First up would be Lyria, our other half, and the one we're trying to rescue. She's voiced by Kira Buckland, known for being in everything under the sun, whether it's Pokemon, Granblue, Nier, Persona, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, DC Comics, Ys8, or random low-budget indie games. She's basically everywhere. She also voices 2B from Nier Automata, which is topical because our male protagonist, Gran, is voiced by Mile McCarley, who's no stranger to voice acting with roles like 9S from Nier Automata, as well as his other big roles being things like Mikazuki August in Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, Iruka from Naruto Shippuden, Alm from Fire Emblem, and a lot of others. Speaking of Fire Emblem, he's a fan-favorite nameless NPC. No, I'm not kidding, he's the voice of the Gatekeeper. On the other hand, our female protagonist Cheetah is voiced by Erika Harlacher, who's also been in a lot of stuff, probably most recognizable for being Ann Takamaki in the Persona series, Shinobu from Demon Slayer, or Aiba from AI The Somnium Files. Also, she has roles like Violet Evergarden from Violet Evergarden, Iono from Pokemon Horizons, and many other series, though personally, having played entirely too much Phantasy Star Online 2, I know her as one of my main party members. Well, I recognize her as Io, not from this game, but Io from Phantasy Star. Oh, I guess she's also a Celium from Alnoa Zero, which I only mentioned because of the explosion counter meme that I have ongoing on this channel.
I say riot, I say riot, I say riot.
Yeah, that one. Anyways, last is our little dragon companion Vern, voiced by Sandy Fox. She's done some work for the Disgaea games, but she's probably best known for Mistral from the Dot Hack series or Chibiusa from Sailor Moon. And Ran from the original English dub of Fist of the North Star? What the heck? Okay, was not expecting that one. Also, there are some treasure chests that can be hidden in ice. Anyways, we'll have to put the voice actor stuff on hold for a bit as we have a totally not suspicious bridge we need to cross in order to progress the game.
Good day, travelers. Although I bear no grudge against any of you, it would certainly behoove you to abandon your quest. I do beg your pardon.
Milady, you were strictly ordered not to kill them.
They went toe-to-toe with Galanza and survived. This will merely slow them down a bit. But do keep a close eye on them.
Ma'am.
Now then, the mountain considers your party to be uninvited guests. One wonders if Mother Nature will forgive this intrusion.
Hey! Still alive?
That's it. I'm headed up to here with gravity.
Stop. Nobody move.
Who would have thought the suspicious save point was leading to a boss fight? Here we have a fight with the Nazar Banju, and that's a very hard name for me to pronounce, but the flying eyeball monster has more to him than meets the eye. Sure, he can crash into you with his physical girth and fly around, but the real threat of the ocular opposition is that you need to keep your eyes peeled for his icicles. But look out from above, as the cave isn't the most stable, as large chunks of ice will rain down from above. But these are the same sorts of chunks that we could destroy earlier in the level, so not only can they be used as cover, but they can also be broken to crash on top of the foe and take him out in a way that he'll never see coming.
Shame we couldn't see eye to eye. Oh well, R.I.P., buddy.
Ugh, that's it. No more puns this entire trip.
Okay, fine, I'll stop with the puns, but I will be swapping to Io now. She plays very differently from the other characters, but she's also the last member of our main band of Skyfarers that we've yet to tackle. She's a mage, so you need to think about her differently. But she has the advantage of her regular attacks not only being homing, but also having, well, long range so you don't have to get up close and fight enemies up close, as well as her having one of the first real charge attacks, where it can just go to level 1, or you can get it all the way to level 4 where it does a ton of damage. She has to be played differently from the other characters, but I think she's actually pretty fun, and overall she tends to average pretty well in character rankings.
That's some cliff. Anyone else get the urge to spit? See how far down it goes?
Why don't you lean over and let it rip? Promise I won't push you.
Good joke. You wouldn't dare, right?
Care to find out?
But it's time to get back to talking about the voice actors anyways. I suppose let's talk about Rackham. He's voiced by Kyle Iber, I believe it's how you pronounce it, and oh boy, he's done a ton of things. He's Kiba from Naruto, Sosuke Aizen from Bleach, the main villain, at least prior to the newest 1000-Year Blood War stuff. He's Ryu from Streets, Miles Edgeworth in the Phoenix Wright series, Big the Cat in Sonic, Omega Sis from Mega Man Star Force. But you know what? Those are cool. All of those pale in comparison to his most prominent role that I'm almost certain you've heard if you are under the age of 40 and you've kind of grown up watching TV. He's the voice of adult Gohan throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball series, from Z to GT to Super to whatever the heck else they want to toss in the future. He's that guy. But not to be outdone, we have Rosetta, voiced by Allegra Clark, who has done a ton of voice work as well, like Dorothea from Fire Emblem Three Houses, Mitsuru Kirijo from Persona 3 Reload, and Sonya from Pokemon, just to name a few characters. Heading over to our youngest party member, Io, she's voiced by Jackie Lastra, who does a great job, but her only major roles I recognize from my searches were Io from the Granblue series, and to a lesser extent Iris Sagon from the Somnium Files series, which I do want to cover someday, so I guess there's an idea for the future. I don't know. She's also Fuko from Undead Unluck, which I only mention because I just started watching that anime at the time of recording this. Now, Catalina is Lyria's main protector, and she's voiced by Erica Lindbeck, with a ton of credits to her name, but probably best known for her roles as Blaze the Cat in the Sonic series, Futaba from Persona 5, Chilai from Dragon Ball, Celica from Fire Emblem, and just a lot of stuff. But out of the main cast, I decided to save the best for last, at least in my opinion. And that is Eugen. Now, Kyle Aber is a tough act to measure up to. But Eugen is voiced by Richard Epcar, and he's no slouch either. He's the voice of Jigen and Inspector Zenigata from the Lupin the Third series. He's Ansem in Kingdom Hearts. Zangetsu and Yuabaha, I think that's how you pronounce it, from Bleach. By the way, 1000-Year Blood War kicks ass. Half of the fucking guys in Skyrim. Ziggy from the Xenosaga series. A bunch of characters from Robotech. And from where I know him best, he's Bato in Ghost in the Shell. Now, I haven't looked it up, but I really do hope he reprises his role in the new Ghost in the Shell 2026 anime if that does get an English dub. If so, that'll be awesome. But as I've said, Granblue isn't some niche little series. It's got that Cygames money, and that means you have some serious voice acting legends in your cast. They didn't cheap out, and this isn't some rinky-dink indie series. I'm trying not to go overboard with the cutscene spam, as I did in my Code Vein video, but I'd be remiss not to give the characters the credit I think they deserve. Anyways, we get to the manor, and now we have to fight off endless waves of a bunch of smaller eyeball monsters, I guess. Really, this fight is endless. Technically, you can't kill all of them. All you have to do is keep fighting until enough time passes and a cutscene draws the fight to an end.
Don't look at me!
I've been waiting, traveling skyfarers.
This is Historiath. She is Roland's contact that we were trying to meet. We're going to need her help if we want to figure out what's going on, as well as find a way to hopefully help Lyria. So now we have our objective to head to the lair of the primeval god, and we have to protect Historiath along the way. Thankfully, this segment isn't too long, even if there is a really annoying part to it, but we'll get to that in a moment. We still have some more voice actors to talk about, but I'll cover them more as they come up. And by as they come up, I mean right now, because Rolan is voiced by Sean Chiplock, which is fitting because the next part of the game is pain and suffering. And it's a defense mission. Anyways, there's a running joke that characters voiced by Sean Chiplock have to have something terrible happen to them in their series, and they might be onto something there considering he's voiced Gunvolt in the Azure Striker series, Reen Schwarzer in the Trails series, Subaru Natsuki from ReZero. I could stop the entire sentence right there, but he's also the voice of Kasim from Magi the Labyrinth of Magic, Future Trunks in Dragon Ball Super, and hilariously enough, he's the voice of Bubsy now. Which is even funnier when you gotta remember that his online ID is still Sonic Mega, and he's the voice of Gunvolt and Bubsy. I think he mentioned something about that before himself. Anyways, so yeah, the most notable thing would be, though, Sean Chiplock also voices Lucilius, which is another main villain in the series. So I was actually expecting to be a twist where he was Lucilius in disguise or something, but no, that doesn't ever happen, even if Lucilius is a super boss in this game, which we'll cover at the very ass end of this video. It's not related. Because what we currently have to deal with is the fight with Scarmeglion. And this fight sucks horribly, and I hate it. It's less of a boss and more of a defense mission because you have to keep this angry mob of skeleton jackasses off of Historiath, and the boss can just teleport whenever he wants to because screw you. Thankfully he doesn't teleport right up to Historiath, and instead he just teleports to different paths, and the skeletons can come from any of those paths. His moveset isn't too great either, he just spams the same 2 or 3 attacks. It's not really a boss, it's a defense mission, and there's a reason why there's not a lot of these in this game, because I think the devs realized pretty quickly, that kinda sucks, and they probably didn't do any more than the first few. Heck, I'm kind of wondering if the only reason they didn't scrap it entirely is because maybe this was something Platinum designed before they got cut from the project. And you can't even focus on the boss too much because his minions will start to come from other directions to attack Historiath, so the boss is just a sideshow in his own boss fight. This is easily the worst boss fight in the game, bar none, and this fight ends when Historiath breaks the seal. So thankfully you don't need to get his health bar to 0, but you basically will have to anyways. This fight sucks, it's the worst battle in the game, and it's all because of this stupid defense mission gimmick. Now, we could continue on to the next fight here and now if we want, but instead, you really want to explore underneath the ice building first and foremost, as this will allow you to find a new weapon for Catalina that can be quite helpful going forward. There's also an Omen Stone that is back where you did the first Protect Historiath mission. I'll be doing that off screen because it's not difficult, but it takes a long freaking time because the boss is level 32.
Lyria? What's this? Lyria. Stop! Another foe.
Historia!
You knave! What did you do to Lyria? Answer!
I wouldn't interfere if I were you.
So, we have to fight Id yet again, and while this isn't a scripted loss like last time, we can't really win either. He just doesn't take enough damage. So instead, we just need to fight him off until the conversations come to an end, but we do actually get some revelations about Id and his relationship to Lilith and why he works for her.
Find these monsters.
His name is Id, one of Avia's top 3. Said to be the Skydome's strongest.
No wonder he's so tough. But why would a man of his ferocity obey the church?
He may be Lilith's son. Details escape me, but it would explain much.
Big Jesus, little cheese, huh? Supporting Mom is great and all, but think to yourself, man.
But it would be pretty lame if we ended this chapter without a real boss fight to cap everything off, wouldn't it?
Do it, Lyria.
Sprint forth. Wolf of Icy Mist, Nanagarmer. Come back here!
I shall thaw this storm.
Nanagarmer is not an easy boss fight by any means. This icy wolf is able to quickly sprint around the battlefield to tear into you, as well as create more projectiles that can leave behind pillars on the ground, though those pillars are actually a good way to take cover from his other projectile attacks, so don't be afraid to use them to your advantage. This is also the first fight where a boss is relentless enough that you need to be mindful of the dodge limit. See, you're able to dodge only 3 times in a row, at least in quick succession, as the third dodge has your character travel extra distance, but they land hard and have to recover for about half a second. It's a way to stop just over going crazy with the dodge spam, but it's important to keep in mind. But speed's not the only thing he has up his sleeve. He also carries serious power, as his overdrive mode allows him to don ice armor, which sacrifices his speed for an increased power and massively increased defenses. Attacks that tore into him earlier will now barely even scratch him, and he's just gonna barrel on through anything in his way. And when he's in his speed form, he is also able to jump out of the way of your attacks if he sees them coming from a distance and they're slow enough. Don't be surprised if this boss takes more than one attempt to beat. He's far and away the hardest boss fight in the first half of the game, and you can't completely overpower him either because your mastery grid is locked to only a fraction of its full potential until you've defeated this monstrosity. So keep a cool head, pun not intended but not apologized for, and don't worry about the damage you're doing, just make sure you can survive and outlast this icy wolf and come away with a victory. Unfortunately, during the fight, it and Lyria left, and she's very clearly under the control of some, well, evil mind control. It must be a day that ends in Y. But, with Rolan's suggestion, we're not going to be able to do much by just hanging around Falca forever, so he suggests we should head off to Seed Hollow, as he knows someone that has a way of not only destroying slave collars without endangering the wearer, but also has a way of getting information. So, it's off to Sega Grande's biggest city, the great city of Seed Hollow.
Her eyes had lost their spark. When I called her name, she didn't respond. She didn't hear me. The Lyria we know and love. It's like she wasn't in there anymore. What is Avia plotting? With so many mysteries left unsolved, I get the feeling this is just the beginning. But for now, we need to dig up info on this Mind Sealer thing. We flew through the night without ever stopping. I can see our next island, hugged by dawn's warming light. Call that amber glow false hope, but I'll take it.
Welcome. This is Sega Grande Skydom's largest city, Seed Hollow.
So welcome to Seed Hollow, the largest city in Sega Grande. A big thing you want to keep in mind is with Mana Garmer defeated, we've completed Chapter 5, and now our Master Grid has expanded so we can power up further. This allows us to start working on more in-game builds if we wish, albeit we're still not able to go all the way. Seed Hollow has all the essentials that Folka had, and more as your capabilities will begin to expand from here. And one other thing I forgot to mention about the Mastery Grid is depending on your weapon upgrades, there are special buffs you can get from that weapon that's equipped. Now, we need to meet with Rolan's contact, but unfortunately they're not someone you can just go and casually talk to, so we need to do a few favors for them. Which means we need to run around town and talk to a lot of people, get used to things. Think of this part like a cooldown, as we have to look for a dangerous thing that Zothpa's people want.
Zothpa's people have you looking for a dangerous thing? Ah, okay. Yeah, I guess you could call it dangerous. Try looking in places with shade, but be careful. Never know what might jump out at you.
That dangerous thing we're looking for is a cat. And after this, we have another job where we have to do a little bit of snooping on the city guards. Yeah, Rolan didn't tell us his contact was part of the Mafia, so we had to do odd jobs until we are finally good to meet with this Zothpa guy.
Everyone, meet Zothpa.
This massive brick shithouse is Zothpa, the local mafia legitimate business owner that's completely on the up and up with everything he does. And since he's a draft, that means he's basically a giant bull man. For those wondering, yeah, no, drafts aren't demons or anything, they're animal people. Usually bulls, sometimes rams, those sorts of things. Now, once you've met with Zothpa, you can head off to the main story, but this is also one of your best chances to start doing some side quests and multiplayer and pick up some levels and crewmate cards for your adventure. I ended up snagging both Percival and Fairy and decided to get Seaphon for these little kinds of side missions. I will not be using him in the story as he's kind of overpowered as a DLC character, but he'll just sit there in the back for moral support. But there's also plenty of side quests you can do, like fighting griffins and fighting swarms of enemies. Those enemy swarms are actually the best way to level up a ton because they're repeatable and they have scripted spawn-ins for slimes which allow you to get a bunch of extra experience. I might have gone a little overboard and leveled up 9 times and got myself to level 32. Whoops. Our next destination is going to take us to Dali Island, a massive desert landscape that's going to be part of a treasure hunt, and when you're ready you can speak with Zothpa. But as an odd change, we don't have Rolan traveling with us this time around. Once again, the rules of these little skyships is to pick up some goodies, then speak with Zothpa when you're ready to head on out. And we've got another major cutscene that I'm just going to let play out because it's pretty plot relevant.
Dali Island. That's where we're going to find the Catalyst Stone to free Lyria from the Mind Sealer. This is our last thread of hope. And nothing's gonna make us let go. Not even a waking nightmare.
It's okay. Come, the stars await, and we mustn't keep them.
tossing. Do you feel alright?
Yeah. And how are you feeling?
I feel fine. Why ask me such a question? I found it. Another god.
Well, gee, that scene was definitely some serious foreshadowing. Anyways, Dolly Island is a massive desert canyon filled with ruins and some nifty treasure to pick up, and if you look around, you'll find a lot of good rewards here. This is honestly the place to come to get rich and also find some nice sigils. It's one of the game's longest chapters, as there's a lot of stuff you can do here, but there's also some enemies to fight along the way. Things like the desert wolves are mostly just cannon fodder though, and the ruins are way more interesting than the actual desert itself. Also, the desert hills are slippery and can be used to slide around, which is pretty neat in my opinion. It makes traversal a lot more fun than it otherwise would be. But to keep things from getting boring running through the desert, we have the ruin floor collapse from underneath us, and now we have a big slide with both high and low routes that you can stay on, with the high route having some nifty treasures, with the best of them being at the end, which is a Region 2 sigil found near the end. Passive healing isn't very common in the main story and most of the post-game, so this can make your life a lot easier if you pick it up here and now. Definitely worth trying to get. Eventually though, we'll reach our end point of this slide and we have to activate a key by standing on it, which opens the door revealing this desert is quite expansive. And we're now open to tackle objectives in any order we wish. Just make sure to save, as there's only one save point in this area, and you wouldn't want to have to redo a lot of the parts over again if you died. You probably won't, but better not to chance it. So we've got to find the sigils to lift the seal on the ruins, and the easiest one is going to be by taking a right and finding a griffith flying through the sky. There's not really any enemies in the way, it's just kind of there. Didn't we just fight this guy like 30 minutes ago? Yes you did. So kill this thing and move on with your life. It's not very interesting, and there's a much cooler version of this boss fight in the post-game, so I don't really want to waste time talking about him anymore. When he's done, you want to activate the sigil, which you can try to do without killing the boss, but good luck with that. And once the sigil's activated, these wind tunnels pop up, which can allow you to quickly dash across the desert. As we learn, this place was destroyed by some catastrophe 15 years ago, but what incident happened there? Well, we'll just have to wait and find out. Next up, we're going to be traveling through some ruins until we reach the next key. Now, there are some enemies that will spawn here known as gyres, and they're noteworthy because if you kill them before they can self-destruct, they'll leave behind their core, which you can pick up and throw, and it explodes like a bomb. There's quite a few throwable things in this game, but the gyres are probably the most notable of the bunch. And if you're patient, you can walk your way over to the totally not suspicious pile of rocks. What do we have in our hands? Well, a surprise tool that'll help us in about 2 minutes. Now, is it worth walking all the way over here just so you can throw the gyre bomb at the golem? Probably not, but is it funny? Oh, hell yeah. Anyways, yeah, the pile of rocks were going the whole time, who'da thunk. Anyways, as a boss, this is the cold tap water at 7 PM boss fight. Perfectly decent with no major positives for it, but no serious negatives to get mad about either. The fight is perfectly fine as a mini boss fight. I can't really complain. It's a fairly nothing boss fight that's about as inoffensive as it can get. Finally, heading up north, or at least I think it's north, I don't have a compass here, we'll get attacked by the armies of the undead. Ooh, scary, though it's not really that dangerous. What is dangerous, however, is our next mini-boss, Garrison. He may look like a crappy Scarmiglione clone, but he's a lot more enjoyable and has more than just 2 attacks. You'll still get your shockwaves and melee swipes as to be expected, but he's also able to call upon lesser skeletons to do his bidding, and when they're not bum rushing an NPC, they can be a fair bit more dangerous to deal with than before. Additionally, he can burst out waves of darkness from whatever evil is reanimating this corpse, and briefly raise vengeful spirits of the dead to try and bum rush you. It's a really cool mini-boss held back by his weakness to getting staggered and taking an eternity to recover from said staggering. So by the time it's over, well, he has no chance of getting back up and the fight's over. But with him dead, the final key has been acquired, so we can head to the center of the desert and see what catastrophe we've unwittingly brought about. Before we do that though, I would advise you explore the desert, as you want to find some goodies and also the omen stones for some more easy level ups before we dive on into the actual threat. We get to the center and it can never be that easy. Thankfully, we're able to snag the MacGuffin needed to free Lyria from the slave collar before everything can go horribly wrong, but things still go horribly wrong. As heroes, I guess we should try to fix it. The small obvious lady shows up along with her minions, and we now get ambushed and are forced to fight a bunch of Harvins. The Sword Veil's a very bizarre opponent to say the least, as this is the only time in the game they ever appear as opponents and have the ability to control their swords with telekinesis, which is neat, but that's about all I got. The little dudes really want to shank you, and I really don't want to get shanked, so we beat them with blunt instruments until they stop trying to shank us.
Oh, very well. Since you insist upon testing the Sword Veil,
Of course, while her minions were easy and only using one sword, she's effortlessly flying through the sky and controlling 20 other weapons at once. I would compare Magliel to honestly a bullet hell final boss, where it's near constant projectiles, and your target is more or less just a geometric shape with something orbiting around it. Well, in this case, it's a sphere, but my point still stands. She's a master of weapons in the most unconventional way possible, but that makes her battle stand out from the crowd. Especially when she has you start performing jump rope to not get hit by all her blades, or the part where she starts using multiple different weapons like hammers, great swords, and lances that must be defeated on their own, sort of like Kreia from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. Like Alonza, she's another really cool boss fight, and it's fun to face her. Honestly, this game shines best in its boss battles, in my opinion. They're some of the highlights of the game.
Bingo! Ta-da! With this doohickey, we should be able to get the old Lyria back.
Come in, crew. Is everyone all right?
Hey, it's Rolan. Is the Grand Cipher back to 100%?
Yes. We're on our way over right now.
You're getting it done. Thanks, pal.
So, any news on the catalyst?
We sort of ran into a minor hiccup, but it's safe in our hands now.
That's what I like to hear. Great job out there, everyone. I'm coming to pick you up now.
Thanks. We'll be waiting.
Roger.
I won't fail!
Everybody run!
Lady! Fall back!
What is it this time?
That doesn't look right from up here. Oh no! Listen to me! You all need to get out of there!
Crap, move it!
We gotta jump!
No, 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 no! This is not happening!
Of course it's never that simple. Now we have to deal with the largest creature in the game, and unlike Zora Magdaros, this thing isn't just going for a walk, it's actively moving and grooving, and I can see why this thing was used as a super weapon and revered as a powerful deity. And to even stand a chance, we're going to need to take up the tried and true profession of giant slaying via ankle hacking. Of course, getting up close is very dangerous, and I don't know, I've been getting a lot of clips from Code Lyoko in my recommended recently, with a lot of them just being Xana stepping on characters in the final battle. It's kind of funny, but anyways, the ankle hacking is necessary. But be careful, as he'll force you off after enough time passes with either blast of air or something else. And he has a very powerful laser cannon attack that's basically a nuke, so you don't want to get hit by it whenever you see the giant red, well, attack reticle start showing up. When you see that, it's time to get out the way because you know what's coming. But after enough damage is done to the ankles, Phase 2 begins as he shoots one of the skyships down and its weapons fall conveniently in usable position. So now we need to use the cannons to blast away at Excavalian's totally not suspicious weak points to do as much damage as possible to bring him down to half health in this phase. This fight isn't as difficult as Mana Garmer and probably not even as tough as Furicane, but it's just a very cinematic battle, and after a potentially tough fight with Magliel, I'd say it's a fun time, and I'm glad they don't follow up a hard boss with another really hard boss immediately after. Now, Phase 3 will see Excavalian fall to the ground, so now we need to climb the Colossus to get onto the back and start taking out his core. But wait, as he's going to get back up and recover from his stun, and now he must slide down the side. One good strike to the eye and a pause at an embarrassing time should fix the issue, but that's going to stun him and bring him down for good, so now we can focus on taking out the core. When we get on his back, we have our final phase to deal with where we must stop Excavalian's core. And oh no, the boss thought ahead and actually shielded itself. Well, those shields will only get it so far, as this last part isn't very difficult at all. We just need to dodge a few attacks and destroy his 3 shield generators to expose the core. After that, it'll try to shield itself again, but the fight is already a done deal by this point. Not a hard boss, but a very satisfying and entertaining one.
Oh, come on, boss. They knocked that sucker down. Mine alone. That's all I gotta say. See, this is why I do all the hiring. That crew packs a punch. Impressive to say the least.
Can't walk anymore.
Whew, same. My dogs are barking.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad you're safe, Vern. And the catalyst? Do you still have it with you?
Got it right here.
Thank goodness. And all that's left is to rescue Lyria from Avia.
Right.
Well, Magliel got away, and we had to take down a primeval god, but we got the tool needed to save Lyria, so it's time to head to the location where the Avia ship was last reported to be seen. Instead of going on 87 side quests, we're heading straight to Fondam. One thing I really must praise about the story is how there's no filler in it. Our characters don't sit around like idiots when Lyria is in danger. We make saving her our top priority, and even the trip to the desert was just so we could get a key to break the slave collar and help her out. Anyways, I like Jita's narration here as we head off to the volcanic island.
With the catalyst in our hands, we board the Grand Cipher to go after Avia again. Next stop is Fondam, just a short hop, step, and a flight away. It's been roped off as a danger zone, which, isn't ominous at all. The church is headed there for one thing. Yet another altar housing a primeval god. All of Zega Grande's gods, or I guess primal beasts, are a force to reckon with. But we can't let Avia keep exploiting Lyria's power. If they force her to commit atrocities, once this is all over, she'll never forgive herself. Thick black smoke blankets the sky. Rivers of fire flow below. Yeah, pretty much the perfect stage for a fateful showdown. Well, here's to hoping we make it out in one piece.
Our next island is known for its volcanic activity, and that's about all I can really say on the matter. It's a weirder chapter because we'll see in a bit, the only real side objective is to pick up this treasure chest at the start and get some more items, and most importantly, another weapon that EO can use. Definitely worth considering, just don't fall into the lava or you'll hate yourself and you'll feel like an idiot. But yeah, most of the chapter is going to be centered around a boss fight.
Stay back!
Huh? Isn't that...
Lyria!
I will protect her.
Yeah, as a twist, we're squaring off with the primeval god right away. The Lord of Fire is a beast known as Vulcan-Bola, and it's moving all around the world. See, this entire chapter is actually focused around this fight with the giant lava dragon, as you need to traverse this very treacherous terrain to get to him. Finally, when we reach it, we do battle with the foe known as Vulcan-Bola, a primal very similar in nature and physiology to Bahamut, and because of that, it's one of the largest threats to the Church of Obvious Plans, as it's able to seal away Lyria, much like it has here. So while it is present, he's not really after us. All we can do for now, though, is attack this colossal lizard, and since it's got Lyria sealed in there, it's just about immortal. We're going to find a way to break him out. Then the path's going to start becoming even more treacherous as Vulcan-Bola escapes and magma begins to, well, rise from below. So we now have to make our way through this area and platform while not getting swallowed by magma, and also watch out for the giant waves that can do serious damage to you. It does not need to watch out for these waves.
He cut the wave in half?
I don't know whether to be grateful or terrified. Both, I guess.
There is also some treasure chests that can be found along the way, but no omen stones to worry about, so pick up treasure if you want to grab it, and otherwise just get ready to keep on fighting this big lizard.
Hold on, Lyria.
Why are you here? Do you even care about her?
I already told you it has nothing to do with you.
Into my trap!
On top of all that, the primeval god of dread is going to stop taking damage eventually because it's going to start using Lyria's power to forcibly make it invincible. Now, Vern's Catalyst is able to weaken it, but we're not able to pin it down just yet. And I should mention that after it escapes at 85% HP, we get a save point in the middle of a boss fight. Whoo boy.
What's going on here?
I call a temporary truce.
So now, for our boss of Chapter 7, we finally confront Vulcan-Bola for real this time, with it at our side, and we have a bit of a conversation about local dialects, how we call them primals, but in Zega Grande they're revered as primeval gods. There's actually a very big story reason for that, outside of just, different places, different beliefs and all that stuff. There's a story purpose to that we'll get into in the postgame. Now, all of this is awesome setting-wise, and the boss looks awesome, but herein lies the problem. And that's that the fight isn't very good. Mechanically, it all works well, it has a strong skeleton, but unfortunately the camera in this fight frequently has a stroke and focuses on entirely the opposite of whatever you're wanting the camera to focus on, and with how his body is positioned, more than often, you're not going to be seeing a whole lot other than his stomach. You won't see any attacks he's winding up. And honestly, it's not that fun. He tries to give you points to attack his head, but yeah, the arena just constantly gets turned into hurt boxes. There's not really many good chances to get up close and deal damage, and nothing about the fight really feels right, especially not helped by the fact that he's still turning invincible at certain points, requiring you to have, well, Vern use the catalyst to stop Lyria's magic. I will say, he does have a pretty cool ultimate attack called Odium, where he begins trapping the platforms and pillars of fire, then sending out magma waves to make parts of the arena unusable. But often, he'll just go for random platforms, even if you aren't in the direct line of fire, so you just kind of sit there and watch him awkwardly submerge the other side of the arena in lava. It's like, okay, sure, got it. Even then, dodging the attack is just a matter of moving left or right. Now, he does get below half health. He has another ultimate attack known as Auxilium, which just makes me think of those when you give your friend the aux cord memes from, oh god, over a decade ago, and it's not helped by the entire arena being on fire. But now you have to destroy key parts of his body to not get the sun dropped on top of you, and once you've taken out the first key point, lava will begin to rise, necessitating you platform across the arena, at least somewhat carefully. And as I did mention, the boss is repeatedly going invincible from using Lyria's power. I get it from a story perspective, but it just gets kind of annoying a lot of the time. It's a cool idea on paper, but in execution it just ends up stalling out the fight a lot. But hey, at least the cutscene where Vernon and work together to crack his crystal is really cool. From here, it's just a matter of wailing on him, and as this goes on, it is beginning to think that Lyria shouldn't be forced to wear a slave collar. Be patient with him, he has autism. But yes, ultimately, it does mean well. It's kind of one of those cases where you have a kid that's been raised by a single parent, and when that single parent happens to be a megalomaniacal cult leader, yeah, he's got some issues. Still, no time to worry about domestic abuse situations, we've got a dragon to slay. So now we've saved Lyria from the slave collar, and we've rescued her from Vulcan Bola, but the conversation with it is going to be pretty awkward, I'm not going to lie.
Well done, everyone.
Where did you come from? Huh? You can't do that! Give her back to us!
It? Oh, what a pity. Grief and misery make fools of us all. Here I see a troupe of puppets, flouncing about in a play with no audience. And your bond with the shaman? It's threadbare. Little more than a thin line of hope. Fear not. Entrust me with your strings, and I shall deliver salvation unto you all. I know this is much too sudden for you to comprehend. But don't struggle. Embrace it. Now then, come, let us end.
It can never be that easy, can it? Yeah, we're going straight into a face-off against Lilith, except she's taking basically no damage. It doesn't seem like this battle's very doable. But we need to be able to free Lyria. We were able to save her from the slave collar, so that just means we need to find a way to make sure she doesn't get taken, and if she does, we need to be able to get her back.
I say cry, I say cry.
Why must you reject salvation? Do you not see that it is the perfect course? You dare defy me to the end? I'd rather not harm you. That would not be in the shaman's best interest. So I ask, judge for yourself the miracle of my salvation.
Huh? That's dirty! Give it back!
Why? This has always belonged to us. I admit, I am intrigued as to how you were able to activate the catalyst. Although, I suppose it no longer matters at this point. With the primals in my possession, I've won.
She knows how to make a strong cage. My powers are useless against it.
Damn it! We didn't come this far to get put in timeout.
There is still hope left.
Rolan? You did this? Of course he did.
I'm just going to warn you all right now, this next chapter is very story heavy and there's a lot of cutscenes, so this is probably going to be the longest one. There's also a lot of boss fights in it and other gameplay stuff, but yeah. Anyways, there's more to Rolan than meets the eye. We're going to need to do some serious confronting here.
There's something I'd like to ask about this woman, this Lilith. She's an astral, isn't she? The potency of her powers and her obsession with the astral realm give her away. The Astrals. The invaders who once ruled over our skies.
You are correct.
Mm-hmm. Well, it takes one to know one.
Unbelievable.
I suspected as much a while back. You knew a great deal about this Skydom, things that no ordinary person should know.
I'll be damned. A real live astral right under our noses. Sorry. Can't blame a guy for being on edge.
Is that... Those are obvious raptors!
You're kidding! They really chased after us?
They couldn't have mobilized a hunting party this quickly.
Of all the times to hound us, they choose now?
Well, they're here. Less talking, more blasting.
Heading back to Seed Hollow, we get attacked by Oviath soldiers, and it seems they weren't expecting us despite heading in the same direction, which I guess means they didn't plan for us to escape. Well, sucks to be them, I guess, but we have to kick their asses, and we're gonna get some more cutscenes.
So, we've suddenly found ourselves caught up in an astral tug-of-war, decades in the making. The relationship between Lilith and Rolan remains unclear, but one thing is certain. Rolan is our greatest ally in Zega Grande. And with all the good he's done here, his love for Sky Dwellers is plain as day. Together, I know we'll stop Lilith and ensure Angra Mainyu's gate stays closed. We will protect the Sky Realm.
We return to Seed Hollow and we see how much damage Avia has done already as the guards are trying in vain to stop their advance. Not to mention, the Silver Wolf Corps and Sword Veil are reported to be working together, which means things are very, very bad for us. Now, narratively, it's not a very good time, but let it be known that while under Nightfall, you're still free to go and take on any multiplayer side quest you may wish to do. The game won't stop you there. It's just, narratively, we're not doing any of that. We're also given another crewmate card courtesy of Ciro Carte, and this time around I chose to pick up Siegfried, one of my favorite characters, and, well, there's another reason I picked him up, which we'll see in the next chapter. But otherwise, we just have to see the damage caused by this attack and get the rundown from Zathba and Historiath on how things are going. But when you're ready, go inside the castle and get ready for the fight of your life. Now that we're inside, I just want to say this is my favorite chapter in the game. I think it's very well paced, the level looks awesome, there's some really fun boss fights, we're squaring off with a bunch of different tough enemies, and it feels like you're finally getting to actually win against the big bad guys. And our first wave of squaring off is going to be facing enemies we learn of an Inquisitor Rook that's leading this initial attacking force. And shortly after dispatching the Mooks, said Inquisitor comes to face us in battle. He's a commander unit able to coordinate with the other soldiers as well as buff their powers, so he needs to die ASAP. But since he's counted as a regular enemy and not as a boss, he is very easy to, well, stunlock with some shenanigans, shall we say. Now we just need to continue into the castle, but be on the move because they have a skyship and it's wasting no time firing down on us and destroying everything in its path. And getting blasted by cannon fire is some pretty bad juju, and we're going to need to take out that carrier at some point if we want to really make it far into this place. Heading farther in, we get a knock on the door from a man named Avalon, the Reaper, who wishes to tell us about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And as a Christian, I'm curious to hear what he has to say, but when he starts bringing up the millennial reign, I realize this is a Jehovah's Witness. When I mentioned how there's only so many spots in that supposed ark, he decided he didn't want to lose his and opted to just try to kill me instead, so I beat him with a blunt instrument. While the main hall is where we need to go, we can actually find one of their prayer books in the rubble, which is a bit of interesting set dressing that makes me think that one of them got crushed by their own destruction. Grim. Now we head down this completely inconspicuous hallway with nothing in it, and surprise, it's time for a boss fight. The Tyuatar may look like the run-of-the-mill mini-boss, but unlike earlier mini-bosses, this one has some serious bite in the form of machine guns, plasma cannons, flamethrowers, and 4 legs to trample opposition with. It's actually a pretty powerful foe. All the while, Rolan is busy having a nerdgasm seeing one of these things in front of him. Honestly, relatable, I'd probably act the same way in front of a Gundam. But the boss has 4 legs as weak points to take out by causing enough damage, well, you can make it collapse and expose its weak core. Now, once that's done, the Tyuatar will be very vulnerable and finally allow you to actually do serious damage to this otherwise pretty tanky opponent.
Actuators and its limbs are beginning to buckle. The pressure differential should result in...
None of us speak nerd! What do you mean?
Sorry, our assault is working.
Overall, as a mini-boss, this thing's a really fun little distraction. Surprisingly complex, and a decent enough challenge. More than you'd expect from a random fight that jump scares you.
Now we have to fight 2 of them?
Allow me. Don't mind if I recruit a little help. Core seems undamaged. I could use it to fight off the others.
Did you really just hop up on that thing? Do you even have a license?
Where we're going, we have no need for licenses. It'll be a stitch to cover you.
Why does Rolan always get weirder around new machines? Yeah, I don't like that twinkle in his eye.
Oh, come now. Why must you criticize me mid-battle? Can't we focus?
But it's also not over yet because they decided to let us pilot the thing to take out the airship that's been harassing us. This was an excellent decision on the developer's part as it gives you both a power trip and a sense of, well, payoff after handling an obstacle that was present earlier in the chapter, while also demolishing 2 Tyuatars at once. Yes, this part is super easy, but who cares? It's so damn cool, I love it. Personally, I wish the game had more set-piece moments like this, and to be fair, it kind of does, but only like 3 times total. Though it seems the developers had some similar thoughts because the expansion, Endless Ragnarok, has the ability to play as bosses like Furycane and the Quakedile thanks to Lyria's powers. However, as of writing this and scripting this, and also when this video gets uploaded, Endless Ragnarok's not out yet, so I'm kinda curious how that'll be incorporated into the game. Now, let's blast that ship out of the sky, shall we? After you're done with the fight, look behind you to find another Omen Stone that can be very annoying to deal with, but it's very useful if you want to gain a few levels here and now. Of course, a chapter named after the game itself isn't going to stop at just one awesome boss fight or anything like that. It's got 4, and we're about to face number 2 of the bunch.
This tea is simply to die for.
There's no better appetizer to a banquet of blood. I knew you'd be back for more.
In the name of the Sword Veil Fellowship, I shan't let you take another step. Let's have a clean
death match.
I feel like this was kind of the natural conclusion after having a villainous duo that's very different from one another, but seemingly having combat styles that would greatly complement one another. And sure enough, here we go. The fight's awesome, and the dialogue is great, so I'm going to be playing a lot of my favorite bits from it.
Madness consume you! They're attacking in tandem! Living together was your party trick, was it not? I think we've rather perfected it!
Yes! Legends will be told of the mighty Gauntlet extravaganza!
Excuse me, the what? I deserve credit too!
That scene always gets a chuckle out of me. It's also a nice heads up these two like to perform link attacks and they can coordinate together much like you and your party members can. With Galanza being a far more large but slow opponent while Magliel is much more of a fast-ranged attacker capable of doing a lot of damage. But basic link attacks are only a small part of what these foes are capable of.
Show them what we got!
Indeed, just as we planned.
Ah! Look for the stars!
They shall guide us to Prologue we sail!
Silver tail storm!
Keep the beat on them!
Amazing. They've managed to combine might and skill in perfect harmony.
The fight!
You okay?
Right now!
Never
Hanging in there?
Yep, they can chain their Skybound arts together, and that requires you to stay on the move, dodging, and just be on your A game. This fight is no joke. It's your only true gank boss of the story, and neither of them were nerfed for this battle, which I appreciate. They're going all out here. Honestly, this is probably my favorite boss of Chapter 8, and they're my 3rd favorite boss in the game as a whole. In fact, this is the first boss in the video that I'd say enters my top 5, which if you're watching this video, my boss ranking should have been out probably yesterday, so give that a look if you haven't already, or wait until the video's done. Now, keep up the pressure and get to dismantling these top-ranked generals.
Not bad, Skyfarers!
General Galanza, tested by hooligans?
They actually have different dialogue depending on who's left standing, but often it will be Magliel, as she's far more defensive than Galanza is, but after enough punishment, she should fall all the same.
Good. I regret nothing.
Milady?
I know well the lunacy of my position, to be making demands of you. But please, the Sword Veil are my family. If you can, find it in your heart to spare them.
Take me I staked my life on this death match. Now come claim your hard-earned spoils.
Look, we just want to get through here without trouble. As long as you stay out of our way, we got no reason to fight anymore, deal?
There's no time to waste.
Forgive my failure, Lady Lilith.
Complete and utter defeat. They might actually pull it off.
For one reason or another, we chose to let Magliel and Galanza live, probably because they were marketable or something, but either way, they're coming back as playable characters in Endless Ragnarok, which is pretty cool, so I guess there's that to look forward to. Now, this next segment isn't really a puzzle, it's more a matter of just reading, but the visuals do look very pretty. Once you've checked everything, speak with Rolan, set up your gear, and find the true path beneath the castle where Angra Mainyu has been sealed. And somehow Sierra casually just walked her way down here. Again, as I said, RPG merchants, or at least traveling merchants, are the most powerful things in their respective universes. Thinking about it, I guess the merchant is often the strongest thing in roguelikes as well, but I just don't really like roguelikes that much as a genre. Now, time for a battle that I think has been long overdue for us to get our proper run back.
It's been so long. Finally, the dawning of salvation is upon us. The path will soon open. Oh. I wasn't expecting to see them again.
That's enough! Lyria's coming back with us!
Is that so? Id?
You're all talk. What happened to that stuff about protecting Lyria?
You know what to do.
Help me, please.
It can't be. Astreus!
It's been a while, Director.
Of course. This was all your doing.
Mother!
Id, don't worry about me. Just focus on them.
I've been waiting for you to return and cast open a gate, so I can destroy Angra Mainyu!
This is it, our fight with Id, our big humanoid duel of the game, and our long-awaited salty run back. As a swordsman, he's unmatched by any except Jita, and even then, she needs the help of her team to realistically win. This arena is filled with pillars, but while they can stop some projectiles, they're going to begin crumbling sooner rather than later, as he can dash across the arena, stop your Reagan Lave, and enter a counter stance for good measure. Id is left bewildered how we got so much power in such a short amount of time, but, well, we have protagonist powers, and we've already slain a malevolent entity or 6 on our journey, so I guess he's gonna have to learn the hard way.
Your dawn has arrived. Become my power!
Of course, there's also Phase 2 where id calls upon the powers of the dragon and now traps you in this smaller arena, dashing across the ground, and he begins to melt the stone beneath. He's been pumped full of that destructo juice, and not only is he a physical monster, but, well, he's got the likes of Scourge. He's just as powerful as a dragon, while being much faster than most of them. I'm over-leveled for this boss fight, by the way, and he's still putting me in the dirt a time or two. This is probably the hardest boss of the main story, but it's also another awesome battle, and another fight in my top 5 bosses in the game. Everything about this fight is just really cool and cinematic. What once felt insurmountable now feels achievable. We can beat him, and the music is very awesome. There's some good in id, but he's gonna need a serious smack upside the head to realize he's been playing for the wrong team. And unfortunately, we don't really have that kind of time for a heart-to-heart, as we've got to save Lyria, so we need to take him down here and now.
Is he actually down?
Let's just get to Lyria.
No more time for fooling around, no more games. Let's save Lyria.
Came to get me.
Look up!
Farewell. Enjoy your tomb.
Not if I kill you first!
Try.
All of you run! Get away from here while you still can!
Worrying about the rain while drowning in the sea. You always were such a careless one. Cast open, gates to worlds beyond. Angra mine you!
I won't let you do this!
He's gone. Damn. Guess we're next. Get ready.
Just a heads up, this part's going to be a bit long. I'm going to be playing these cutscenes in full because they say a lot, and frankly, I couldn't really summarize them better without it just feeling cheap like I'm skipping over things. Anyways, time to fight Satan, I guess, but oh no, we're barely scratching him. and his body's in the Shadow Realm. This is going to be an uphill battle, isn't it? Well, actually, I don't know if we have much of a chance to begin with, as one by one, Angra Mainyu begins grabbing our team members and seemingly erasing them from reality, with us powerless to do much of anything. Catalina, Rackham, Io, Vern, then even Lyria. All of them are kind of just taken out before our very eyes.
Please, don't take me away again.
Oh, Lyria. Poor little bird, trapped by these skies. Let me whisk you away on a journey, aboard the Ark of Angra Mainyu.
It's not over. Not yet. You can save us. I know it.
Now, as for you, the shaman's other half. Id, explain yourself.
Mother, you told me to protect Lyria. But this? Why this? This isn't what you said! Why did Lyria—
Calm yourself, Id. Angra Mainyu has been revived. Thus, the shaman's role is complete. Consequently, your duty as her guardian is no longer needed.
But Mother, please!
Temper, Id. It almost sounds as if you disagree with me. My naughty child. You're no better than these interlopers.
Forget about me! Focus on your link!
Here. I'm here. With you!
So be it. If she means that much to you, then my best laid plans may very well crumble. Adversity only seems to push you towards victory. After all, you must be confident you can prance out of here as the hero. Don't be. Humdrum tales of heroism and gallantry have no place on my shelf. Let us finish this charade.
Sorry to break the tension, but honestly, with the whole Ark of Angra Mainyu thing, the whole Jehovah's Witnesses comparison is a lot more fitting than I thought. Anyways, we're on our own, but we're not dead yet, which means Lyria must still be alive somewhere, but we're gonna have to find her. For now, though, all we can do is keep fighting. Use the Sword of Eos to destroy Angra Mainyu. His body is still hidden in another realm, but there's cracks beginning to form, meaning the Sword of Eos is strong enough that we can break open these cracks and force the monstrosity to appear before us, and tear into it with all of our, well, power. Rage, friendship, spite, pick a reason. we're gonna kick this thing's ass.
Primeval dragon, child of darkness and flames, thy name is... Rolan!
I just want to say, oh my god, this part is so freaking cool, I love it. Now let's kick Dollar Store Satan's ass.
everyone?
That sucked.
Oh.
Seed Hollow is saved, and Angraminyu is taken out. We're home free. Or we would be, but Lilith unfortunately survived the excursion, and even though Lyria may not be the one getting turned into Angraminyu food, she decided Rolan would make a more than suitable battery, who's ready to unlock the final dungeon of the game. So, yeah folks, we're still not done. Well, was anyone too surprised? That felt a little bit too easy and scripted. Well, we won, but not really. Lilith is still at large, and Angraminyu, though imperfect, is being juiced up on that astral ganja. And for anyone wondering, Angraminyu wasn't actually able to erase anybody. Basically, what he did was just drag the characters into the Shadow Realm. We'll go more into that a little bit later in the next chapter. Now, at this point, we could leave this realm and continue our journey. We've done what we came here to do, which was save Lyria. But that'd be leaving both Rolan and this realm for dead, and that's just not our style. Before we really dive on into Chapter 9, I can't believe I haven't shown this, but you can casually go back to the Grand Cipher, and it has a few items you can pick up as well as a note or two, and the ability to practice with Sir Beryl if you ever want to try out different combos. It's not a thing that you're locked to when you just get a new character. Also, I don't think I've mentioned it, but there is this one unnamed guy that shows up a lot throughout the game. He's just a generic human NPC of the game that gets used for pretty much everything. It's kind of a running joke that they all look the same. Think of it like a D&D thing where, every character is played by the same dude. But because of that, he doesn't really have a character or a name, technically. But in Versus Rising, which is the fighting game, he has an avatar that you can use for minigame mode, and that avatar is known as Bob. I just think that's kind of funny. Anyways, I'd say it's time we head off and save Rolan, so prepare to ship on out. Now, when we get on the Grand Cipher and get ready to head on out, we actually received one of Rolan's notes. Seemingly, these are journals that he's written throughout his life. This is the most recent one, but these are notes left by him about his adventures. You'll want to keep these in mind. These will be a major part of the postgame story.
We finally have Lyria back, but there's not even time to celebrate. Lilith is so close to her goal. She's become blind to everything else. I doubt there's anything that can stop her now, except us. It might sound melodramatic, but this is fate. Our crew versus Lilith. So there's only one thing left to do. Fly to the Pillar of Vaioi and end this.
Well, this place certainly looks evil and in-gamey, and the music being a distant, ominous choir certainly isn't helping calm the nerves. But what's also notable is that this place is oddly very empty.
What hole did this weirdo crawl out of?
These things are known as the Watchers. They are fragments of Angraminyu which lack a physical shape. However, they also spawn these creatures called Keepers nearby, and destroying them will allow the dimension warp, which lets you enter the Shadow Realm to attack the Watchers in the physical realm. Just don't try to run into the Shadow Realm on your own, you're going to take a lot of damage. Further on in, we see the Watchers aren't the only creatures here, as some ominous forms come out to give us some unpleasant company. They're shadowy opposition, there's not much for me to say on it, but yeah, they're pretty easy. However, a couple walls and nondescript shadow monsters ain't exactly selling the world of this is an in-game area. Something else is here.
Wait, I think I sense a primal beast. Or at least something that feels like a primal beast.
And this presence isn't Angraminyu?
No, it's... Huh? But that's impossible.
Lyria, we're hopping between dimensions at the drop of a hat. Nothing's impossible.
Fury Kane is back with an evil vengeance, as now we're fighting some dark spirit version of the boss, and yeah, you can probably figure out how this chapter is going to go as a Mega Man boss rush of sorts. But hey, with Lyria on our side, maybe we can use the real Fury Kane to fight off this faker.
talk later. Revenge comes first.
Yeah, I figured it didn't really fit the role of evil, so he's on our side now, and that's cool.
Oh, great! A magical girl transformation! I forgot Furican could do that.
Anyway, since you can figure out how this chapter will go, let's talk about some voice actors again. This time, Id, voiced by the always awesome Robbie Daymond, who's been in a ton of stuff from Bleach to Very Odd Parents. But you'd probably recognize him best as characters like Akechi from Persona, Richard from ReZero, Megami from Jujutsu Kaisen, Red from Armored Core 6, Deidara from Naruto, and multiple different Spider-Man series as the one and only friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He's basically like the go-to guy for the animated stuff. Pretty interesting.
Wanna come with us then?
You want to stop her, and so do we. Choices don't get any easier than that. How about it? We could use ya.
Why? Considering the scale of violence I inflicted on your crew.
Well, in the end, you did help us. A past enemy is a future friend. That's what they say.
All right. I'll join you in the fight against Lilith.
Now that Nihila is down, we can actually play as Id in battle, and he's a beast and a half with a greatsword, but he also has his own dragon meter building up that once he maxes out he'll transform into his dragon mode with his own set of arts. Because of this, Id can be one of the most aggressive characters in the game with answers to just about anything since he's working with 8 arts instead of just 4. And dragon mode isn't even remotely hard to trigger. You can crank that out in about 10 seconds if you really try. Plus, it comes with a combat art that is guaranteed to inflict slow on enemies and bosses, which makes him extremely useful in any situation. His only downside is right now he's a temporary party member, so he's locked out of his mastery grid or customization for the moment. But that's hardly a problem. For the most part, Id ranks pretty well among everybody, except I think one person who put him down at a bottom tier, but I just think they were salty. However, there's a cool little interaction if you have Siegfried in our party, and we also get a bit more information on the whole dragon thing.
Id, there's something I wanted to ask you about. Last time we crossed swords, you transformed.
Oh yeah, what was that? If you ask me, I thought you looked like a giant lizard.
Well, you're wrong. That was a manifestation of the dragon power sleeping within me. Lilith trained me when I was young. Taught me how to control them. Thought I'd be saving the world with them, but
You will be, kid. That's the whole reason you joined us on this crazy mission, right?
The near-infinite power of dragons is a heavy burden to bear. But you aren't alone.
So you also? These skies are stranger than I thought.
I don't know, I just think that little interaction is really cool. It only shows up if Siegfried's in your party, but it's nice that they accounted for that. Next up, we fight Managarmer Nihila, so you know what to expect. And oh look, Galanza comes to assist us. Well, I guess that means it's time to talk about more voice actors. In this case, Galanza is voiced by Crispin Freeman, another guy who's been in the business for a long time in many different roles, like Alucard from Hellsing and Hellsing Ultimate, Itachi Uchiha from Naruto, Kotomine Kirei from the Fate series, Togusa from Ghost in the Shell, Helios and God of War, and plenty of other things. He's everywhere, and while this is one of his more bombastic roles than he usually takes, he's still doing a great job here. Unfortunately, Galanza isn't a party member, just a guest, but regardless of that, I trust my audience to have some level of pattern recognition, so let's talk about Magliel now, voiced somewhat surprisingly by Debbie Derryberry. And I say surprisingly because I could have sworn she retired a decade ago, but no, she's still going. She's a lot of different characters like Coco from the Crash Bandicoot series, Zatch Bell from Zatch Bell, and I remember her most as Jimmy Neutron, but yeah, I was surprised to learn she's still doing voice acting with characters like Diana from Sailor Moon and Poppy from Pokemon Horizons. Now, as we continue on down, I have a challenge battle that isn't even remotely challenging. Let's just talk about the last major voice actor, and that would be Lilith's voice actor, Maggie Robertson, and I actually have the least to say about her. Not because she's bad, but because, well, there's barely any credits to her name. That being said, the ones she does have are noteworthy, as Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil Village and Orin the Red from Baldur's Gate 3, and, well, Lilith here in this game. Basically, if you need someone to voice an evil lady, she might just be a go-to. Thankfully, the game decides to skip Excavalion, probably for story reasons because Lyria never went there. Either way, I approve because forcing that fight again would definitely hurt its cinematic appeal. But I very much appreciate this fight here against Vulcan Vola Nyala because it's a lot better than the base Vulcan Vola. For one, the presentation is so much cooler in my opinion. Yes, a middle of an active volcano is great and all, but we're now falling through the sky while surrounded by this ominous purple glow and seeing what looks like the apocalypse in the background. It's just freaking awesome. Additionally, while the boss keeps most of the mechanics, his random invincibility is gone, so the fight doesn't just get stalled out at inopportune moments. And the real bonus is that the jank of the original fight has been ironed out. The camera no longer craps the bed. You may still get a weird angle on rare occasions, but otherwise it's quite good. Overall, the fight not being a janky scripted mess allows the battle to shine through as a really cool lava dragon that it is, and I love that. Not bad for a final battle before the end of everything.
Had you only seen things my way, this pitiful fate could have been avoided. Why must you insist on quarreling with your own brethren? It's unfathomable, truly. Ah, shaman. Impeccable timing as always, I see. Can you feel the grip of imminent salvation? I invite you and your other half to watch. And it? Is this betrayal? Where did I go wrong?
You can't sacrifice our skies to open that gate! We won't let you do it! This is our home! And it means more to us than you'll ever know! Blowing up the world to help yourself? Just how selfish can you be?
Once I reach Estalucia, I shall guide this world to utopia. Why would anyone reject my heartfelt invitation? How I pity you poor, misguided creatures.
Yeah, like we give a crap about anything you say. Your messed up utopia is built on sacrifice. No way we're letting that fly.
Options fail me. I can no longer sway your hearts or minds. As a parting gift, may you all find solace in death's warm embrace.
Here it is, our big final battle with Lilith and her ultimate weapon, Angra Mainyu. Like before, this monstrosity will hide in an alternate dimension and we don't have a superpowered Sword of Eos to force our way in. But because we're in its home territory, the Watchers also remain, and that means we can destroy them to open up rifts to the Shadow Realm. And inside the Shadow Realm, it may be dangerous, but Angra Mainyu is very vulnerable after its physical form is well, able to be damaged. Because of that, the fight ends up being surprisingly very easy to defeat and borderline unremarkable. But as you can probably imagine, a fight with the main villain is never going to go down that simply in just a single phase puzzle boss.
For a fraction of my soul, I'll buy all your death!
Her power's flowing into Angra. She's attempting a fusion. Is she that desperate to live on, even if it means she'll stop being an astral?
Oh, great gatekeeper! Angra, I beseech you, bequeath your power unto me! Take this vessel! I am yours!
Something terrible is coming.
If you had only submitted, it wouldn't have come to this. Atone for your sins!
And that's because we're not done. Lilith will now fuse with Angra to become this true form monstrosity thing, I guess. And now we have to deal with endless armies of darkness. The shadows are endless, and all we can do is fight them off as long as we can and try our best to hold out. Thankfully, the game decides to pull an everyone is here moment as we have help from Zathba, Historiath, Magliel, Galanza, and all the other random NPCs join in a battle and begin fighting off the shadows to give us a chance to actually get to Lilith Angra, as we can call it. And finally, we can put this mad woman down for good. But victory won't come easily just because we have health. She has all the powers of both herself and the primeval god, and that means this fight is absolute bullet hell. I love this fight, but it is most certainly a boss where you need to keep your head on a swivel because punchy hands, orbs of darkness, and lasers are coming from everywhere, and she's got some very powerful attacks like Salvation, which can basically end the fight on the spot if you're careless. It's a hard final battle with a ton of stuff going on as you'd expect from a fight with the game's main villain, and you're going to find yourself going in and out of the Shadow Realm repeatedly to try and find her and make her vulnerable and do damage. It's an uphill fight, but you know what? It's still very satisfying. And even when she gets low on HP, she's not done, as she's going to summon multiple Watchers and pulls out 2 more giant hands known as the Akamana that can do a ton of damage to you. While Id may be a powerful ally, his mother is a very dangerous adversary not to be trifled with. Hold nothing back in this battle, go all out, kick her ass, and win the day. It's the final battle after all. Nothing left to do but claim victory.
It's over now. Please, no more bloodshed.
It can't be.
Mother, our sins are grave, too great to measure. Don't you see? We were wrong to think of sacrificing this world and its people. It's not too late. I'll accept my fate. So please... I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I haven't been truthful with you from the start. Perhaps it's time we correct my deception. Wings of darkness, spill forth from thy vessel and awaken. Claim thy divine right. The sky is once more yours to sunder and renew. Primeval dragon, child of darkness and flames!
You can't!
Thy name is Bahamut. Eat! My handsome little boy! Spread your wings and burn it all to ashes! Ashes as white as your beautiful locks! Perhaps it will be this cycle. You will heed me! Make your mother proud! Shh. It's okay. Let me be the one to save you. Perhaps I acted in haste. So swiftly you sensed the dimensional distortion. Oh, meddlesome wings. You who defy the stars. You will sleep within this child until I have further need of you. Come, the stars await, and we mustn't keep them. The true beginning stirs.
My hands. What am I? Mother. Lyria.
And so it begins! The final trial! Go forth for Utopia.
Id had become a dragon and vanished into the somber skies. His roar, which echoed like a distant peal of thunder, electrified me with sadness.
So we're off to save Id and stop the apocalyptic dragon. You can once again go back to town for any reason, to make preparations you may need, and get ready for the final battle of Granblue Fantasy Relink.
Alright, let's go.
This world is precious. I mean, even the god of destruction can't bear to lose it. Our bodies might be mortal, but our hearts are infinite. Though he's in a dark place right now, I hope Id doesn't lose sight of that. But even if he does, I'll open his eyes again. This crew, will never abandon someone we care about. The sunrise spills over the Grand Cipher as we rush on the winds, chasing the sorrowful cries of a faraway dragon.
Thanks for the support. I won't waste it! The spell is perfect, and yet... It seems the binding is only half effective. Captain, the rest is up to you. You must save it.
It's time for our final battle, and this fight is so frickin' awesome. Oh my god, I love it so much. I was half tempted to just leave the raw gameplay footage for this battle, but the fight is 10 minutes long, so that wouldn't make for a very good viewing experience. So instead, I'm just going to hit all the high points I can in this battle. First off, we're fighting Versa with the amazing design where I could believe this guy being an apocalyptic dragon capable of bringing about the end of days. And all his attacks have very large explosions going on with them, so you need to stay on the move and be careful. But after a little while, he'll decide to try and nuke you off the map, so you need to pass a DPS check to get past it. This boss is also eager to make you play Apocalyptic Jump Rope, as you have to watch out for his dark fire that travels around counterclockwise, as well as his energy waves that just head out towards you. It's not too difficult, but considering that we're seeing this in the first few minutes, that should tell you this is going to be a long fight. Oh, and for those wondering about the damage, yeah, don't worry, this boss is not as flimsy as he looks. You've got to go through a lot of health bars. When he gets to about half health, he's going to cover the sky in darkness, and he's going to begin his next ultimate, where he starts charging across the arena in a manner similar to Fury Cane, except now far more devastating. Think of it like some bookending. Really though, we're going to need some more firepower if we want to stand a chance against this thing. Wait a second, Lyria's here. Don't we have a Bahamut of our own? Well, yes we do, but we need to pass a DPS check first. Reason Transcendence isn't that hard to stop, but if he does get it off, you just instantly die, so don't fail here. But even when you pass the DPS check, he's still going to try and nuke you off the map, so we need to use our convenient Lyria-placed shield. So, Bahamut is going to be busy throwing hands with Versa while we have to do battle on the ground with this Draconified Id and his multiple health bars. For this next phase of the fight, it's pretty cool. And it's also taking all of his attacks from his previous battle but cranking everything up to shit 100 and fuck. Now, he may seem squishy, as his health bar can fall fast, but it's a lie because he's packing some evil plot armor, as he'll continue to get back up repeatedly throughout the fight and regain his health, while becoming increasingly more overtaken by Versa in the process. Don't hesitate here, keep fighting with all you have, and try not to get nuked, because even with a super powerful weapon, that doesn't mean this is a free win. You might be very strong, but he has high enough damage that it must be respected, or you will die very quickly.
Id's mind is growing more and more fractured. You need to bring him back now!
Phase 3 is actually the simplest one by far. All we have to do is destroy some draconic power, but we're going to need to unleash a Skybound art on him to bring down his health bar. He has unlimited HP here, only the Skybound art will actually work. Preferably a full burst, but I don't think that's required. Even if you fail, you don't die here, you just have to keep going until you get your Skybound art gauge full. It's pretty easy, just survive his big attack. But still, we need to be ready to survive Versa's rage, because he's going to get it off at least once. It is starting to break free, but we've still got a dragon the size of a skyscraper very much trying to kill us, and he's going to start using an attack very similar to Id's ultimate attack from his battle in Chapter 8, of firing lasers with an after effect explosion. It's a fun time, albeit we also have much more room to navigate than we did back in Id's battle, so there's that.
Versa still has a hold on Id, but now that he's human again, you have one last chance to wrest him completely free.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
You should at least believe in yourself, Doofus. Think back to when you were fighting to protect the sky.
It is almost free, but Versa is desperate to keep his vessel, so now we need to destroy the crystals surrounding him to break the dark influence for good, and that is what Phase 4 is all about. After that, it simply becomes a matter of whether or not Id has the will to keep fighting on his own and choose to live his own life. Now get ready for the final phase and the final onslaught.
To all of you, to Lyria, to the skies!
Giant rift! It must be the gate to Versa's home dimension! Versa is now a manifestation of sheer power, with no vessel to contain it. It won't be able to linger in this world much longer. If you can just weather these next attacks, the day is yours!
Right, I can get rid of Versa. I finally find closure. All right, Versa. Let's see how you like a taste of your own medicine. Your power's against you.
Even though there's so much at stake, I feel strangely calm.
We're veteran Skyfarers. This ain't our first apocalyptic rodeo, and it won't be our last.
If I had a rupee for every immortal butt we pick, I could probably buy my own island by now.
I don't mean to get musty. I'm really proud to be a part of this group.
I feel the same way. I won't let anything happen to you or our world.
Our journey can't end here. It's not gonna. We're gonna kick some dragon tail and go on sailing to the end of the sky.
The truth hurts. All that I've suppressed in the back of my mind. Damn it. I should have realized it sooner. No use running anymore. I am who I am.
evil dragon. Child of darkness and flames.
Thy name is... Absolutely amazing. You've suppressed Versus Core and driven it back to its home dimension.
Is everyone safe now?
Thanks for everything.
You can buy me some apples on the way back.
Huh? We're still not done. Leave this to me.
Wait! Where do you think you're going? Forgive me.
Kids these days, you two are totally nuts.
Don't worry. I'll be back soon.
Oh, good. I was so worried. What's the big idea? Don't you ever do that again! How do you think we'd feel if you never came back, huh? I mean, if it wasn't for Fix-It Dude, you'd be...
That's Rolan to you, Bernie.
You okay, man? Where are you?
Good question. Someplace far away?
Hey, this ain't the time for jokes.
He and Bahamut are trapped on another plane.
Think of it as a sliver between dimensions. Still, considering his transceiver seems to be working...
For now. Sadly, I think my time's almost up. The line's going to get cut earlier than I'd hoped. Thought I'd still be able to open a gate from here. Guess not.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Sure, just stay calm. No need to worry about little old me. I'm Mr. Fix-It, remember? There's no jam I can't get myself out of, you know. I'll make it.
One last thing. So until I get back... It didn't know that they left if you could check in on the people of Tempest. I don't want them losing sleep over me to be stuck in this,
Don't go, Fix-It, dude! That's where we bumped into Rolan when we first arrived in the Zega Grande Skydom.
I have to atone.
Huh?
For Mother's crimes. And mine.
Come on, no need to beat yourself up, kid.
That's right. We couldn't have resolved this without you.
Kid, you saved all of us. In my opinion, deep down, you knew you were fighting to help the skies. I'm sure of it. So, it's not really about atonement. I know it's been tough recently. But I think the Sky Realm is better than it was before.
Let's visit Folka. Kitten here.
I'm in!
We good?
Oh, wait. Don't let me off so easy. You all deserve an apology.
Cut the formality. We already said it was fine, right? You're one of us now. Got me?
Who's ready to set sail? Yeah!
Setting course for Einstedo Archipelago. Full speed ahead to beautiful Folka.
And believe it or not, we're not done yet. Granblue Fantasy Relink is an excellent game, but its story isn't very long, probably about 20 to 25 hours. However, it has a very sizable postgame to tackle, and against my better judgment, I decided to go for it. For those of you that are only here for the main plot, I thank you for watching. I'm sure quite a few of y'all checked out around Chapter 2, so those who stuck it out, thank you very much. But for everyone else, if you have another 30, 45, 50 minutes or so, I ask you to get comfortable as we dive into the post-game of Granblue Fantasy Relink. The epilogue begins with us finally being able to play as Id, but Rolan is unfortunately no longer here to take up the mantle of Mr. Fix-It. Id volunteers to try and help, but we're going to need to prove ourselves, so we unlock a quest that will determine if we're worthy of becoming Mr. Fix-It, which is also the game's way of basically checking to see if you're ready for high rank. And at this point, you finally unlock fast travel as well, which, well, I never really needed to use it in the game. I didn't mind just going over to the ship, but it's a little bit of extra convenience, so that's pretty cool. This mission makes playing as it mandatory, but honestly, it kinda just feels like a big cooldown. After some big apocalyptic monstrosities, we can just go around and have a pretty relaxed time fighting some goblins and saving some townsfolk. We can also kind of get a sense that it is feeling out his spot within this merry band of misfits, which I think is pretty good.
Hey, did you guys see that? Something big just flew by.
Not part of the brief, not part of our problem.
If you've ever worked a retail job, or a job that pays hourly and doesn't come with benefits, that line is probably the most relatable thing I've heard in a long time. It's pretty much the whenever something goes wrong right after your shift ends. Overall, this little mission is actually very easy, because the enemies are only around level 40, but it makes sense because you're required to play as Id, who joined at level 35, so he's probably not going to be as high leveled as the rest of the gang by this point.
That's 2 of 3 accounted for, so now we should have just one more.
Didn't know you were such a poet. That wasn't half bad.
Oh, Catalina, you sounded just like Piero.
Wait, no, my sense of humor is far less fun-reliant.
I don't get it. Something humorous just now.
Oh, it's nothing, Id. Don't break your brain over a little joke.
What joke?
I like these little interactions, they're nice, but I guess we should see what the problem is with all these goblins going crazy and attacking people while seemingly trying to get away from something. Turns out that thing they're running from is a monster known as the Goblin Eater, effectively a black and souped up version of a griffin that's less float out of your range and more physical attack focused. It's not a hard fight, but I think that's a good call since you're forced to play as Id for this segment and you might not have played him before. Think of this mission sort of as an introduction to high rank battles and what the post-game challenges could have in store for you without being some insurmountable foe.
Hey, I heard about the job. Thanks a million.
You should be thanking Id. Yep, they couldn't have done it without him.
Id, the citizens of Tempest would be honored if you kept serving our city. And I'm sorry that I ever doubted you.
Why be sorry?
I think Id meant to say that you don't need to apologize. That he's happy to help. Right, Id?
Yeah.
Iria? When did you learn to speak Id? I mean, doesn't he remind you of a certain someone? Right? I've heard Roxy talk more than these two. I speak plenty. I think. Don't worry about it. You know what they say. Silence is golden.
Exactly. You might not talk the talk, but you certainly walk the walk. I know this city will be safe in your hands.
They never would have trusted me without your help. So thank you.
No worries. Let's make Rolan proud.
We owe that guy our lives. Least we could do is help him with the housekeeping.
Yep. Not to mention, we even found his journal. Talk about a coinky-dink.
It truly is a priceless keepsake. His memories are etched across these pages.
He must have been super busy putting out fires to drop this and not even notice.
I don't know. Our boy Rolan sounds exactly like the type to have his head in the clouds.
You know, if we keep running errands, maybe we'll find more of his belongings.
Good point. By retracing his footsteps, we could discover a way to rescue him.
Speaking of his footsteps, Id, if I may, there's one point I would like to emphasize.
What?
Skill wasn't the only reason Rolan was so beloved. There was also the way he carried himself. How gentle he was.
That's for sure. I'd ask Rolan for directions in a heartbeat. On the other hand, you always look like you just sniffed a garbage can.
So what should I do?
You could try smiling more?
Okay.
That's how someone would smile, if they were sitting on hot coal.
Oh, I know! Id, why don't you try acting like Rolan? We can start with how he talks. Just leave it to Mr. Fix-It! Now your turn!
Just leave it to Mr. Fix-It.
Wow. We've got a long way to go.
And with that, we now have our main objective for the post-game, Chapter 0, and Id has joined the team as a full-time party member. Welcome aboard. But before we get into Skybound Hearts, there's a part of the game I've been neglecting to talk about despite its importance, and that would be the character episodes. These give you more backstory to each playable character, being fully narrated by them and being a good way for the players to get used to how those characters play. But they also come with some nice bonuses like permanent stat boosts and 2 additional sigil slots on top of the expanded mastery grid that also will give you more sigil slots. Most of them are scaled to be completed around level 60, but many of these episodes have their later chapters locked off until you've completed the new Mr. Fix-It epilogue, which means beating the main story. I would definitely recommend completing this for the characters you want to main, as it will be very useful going forward. In Siegfried's case, it's basically just him going on a quest to help Seed Hollow soldiers without them knowing, so you have to just take out some of the stronger enemies while not killing absolutely everything as a way to have the soldiers improve without a bunch of unnecessary casualties. It works pretty well, and I like using Siegfried, so there you go, that's why I picked him. Another thing you unlock after beating the game are more color palettes for your characters, as well as any possible alternate outfits they may have had, such as Jita or Siegfried. We'll also start seeing our recruited teammates just chilling around the city, going about their daily lives like Fairy here. So, I mean, it doesn't really do anything, but it's a nice little bit of just seeing what they're up to. The last thing I want to mention are the inclusion of quick quests. They come with their own dedicated gold ticket reward, but quick quests are a way to get you in some random quests at or below your level to help out other players. If it's dramatically below your level, then your stats will be scaled down to fit the situation, but that's just to make sure you don't completely stomp everything, but it's still very easy when you still have all your upgrades and you have your new skills and everything. These can be worthwhile if you want to help some randoms and get you a decent little chunk of change in the process. I don't do them too much, but it's not a bad idea, especially with the new players getting ready for Endless Ragnarok. And now for the main meat and potatoes of the post-game, we have Chapter 0, Skybound Hearts. These quests can be tackled in multiplayer, but they have a goal. We're following Rolan's trail, chasing whatever leads we may have left behind, trying to complete his journal, and maybe, just maybe, find a way to save him. There will be some story stuff that comes up along in between all of this, but for the most part, it's a matter of chipping away at side quests, and it can be a lot of fun, especially in multiplayer. Just take your time and go at a nice pace. Don't try to shotgun it all in a single day or two, that's not a good idea. If something notable happens, I'll mention it, but otherwise, I'll just touch upon the highlights. One of these quests is actually pretty unique, as it's an enemy rush, but the enemies almost never attack you, and instead it's a shooting gallery minigame of trying to take out as many of them as you can to rack up a high score, and so you can get more rewards. The more kills, the better rewards, and I like how these sort of quests are recontextualizing game mechanics to turn them into a fun little distraction. I think that's very enjoyable. It's not difficult at all, but hey, there's a lot of fun to be had here. And then we have another minigame with us traversing the desert and trying to collect as many coins as possible. I don't think there's a minimum requirement to this one, but the more coins you collect, the better your final reward. These quests are also repeatable, so you can tackle them as many times as you want for the fun of it, and these are just kind of some things to break up the boss fight extravaganza that most of the post-game otherwise is. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Our first sort of new foe is going to be a opponent known as the Blizzardile, essentially just a Quakeadile without the scripted stuff and a more unconventional arena thrown in. Plus, it's got this icy looking exterior. It's fun enough as a fight that I have nothing really negative to say about it. It all just works kind of well, and it's a decent enough little challenge for the post-game without going too crazy. The most notable thing is after you win, you'll receive another note from Rolan. This is much earlier, one from, well, hundreds of years ago, where he talks about his loss of his human friend and he's trying to understand the feelings like grief that he's now experiencing. But it also unlocks another important quest as the next difficulty rank. You see, if you're worthy of the very hard rank, there's a new quest that pits us against a brand new boss known as the Ancient Dragon. I wouldn't call it hard, but the Ancient Dragon is the first boss in the game that is higher level than Bahamut Versa, and he is going to demand some level of precision from the player with a much grander and more cinematic attacks like raining down meteors. Also, at level 60, yeah, we finally surpassed the final boss. You don't realize it yet, but this fight's actually a tutorial for multiple post-game bosses that come, and you'll be facing quite a few dragons in the upper levels. Think of this thing like a basic template for what's to come, and prepare for it accordingly. When the quest is done, we're given another scene around town showing Id is starting to find his way in the world more as he's helping the kids out with sword lessons and, well, trying to just make a life for himself here. And with the dragon slain, we find another note from Rolan, the very first one he wrote in his journal when he went by Astraeus and was first beginning his mission. Not much to go off of yet, but we've now unlocked the very hard difficulty quests. The very hard quests are going to be where you start seeing serious jumps in challenge, with foes like Garrison being a simple punching bag before, but now it's kind of a relentless juggernaut in its 70s. Albeit, anything with Dark Gyre secretly becomes a lot easier because nothing's immune to slow in this game for some odd reason, so you effectively have near endless explosive devices that can drop an enemy's speed to less than half of its normal amount. Use responsibly. Or don't, I'm not. Another key quest takes us to a battle with the Infernodile, and you know how this fight's going to go. It's Quakeadile and Blizzardile once again. His biggest change is the field hazards he leaves behind, making it more of a positioning check, but it's still pretty easy if you come in prepared. This note from Roland's actually pretty significant as it talks about the Dali Island disaster from 15 years ago, and it doesn't feel the greatest about this as he was one of the few survivors of said disaster.
I'll say, you started off at, like, thorny cactus, but now you're more like brick wall.
Thanks, I guess.
But our side questing will get interrupted as the Seed Hollow Knight captain, which is actually the one who appears in Siegfried's story, reaches out to us and needs our assistance. You see, we might have taken out Versa, we might have slain Angra Mainyu, but the giant pillar in the sky that Angra Mainyu made after it was freed didn't just disappear. It's still floating up there ominously in the sky, and now there's some shadow creatures beginning to appear up there, so we should probably check on all that. So we make our way back to Seed Hollow to see what all the hubbub is about, and we start climbing the pillar. It's mostly empty and eerily quiet, aside from the random stray shadow or two. But it has this uncomfortable feeling, and it's only going to get stronger as we climb up.
Id, I don't want to be annoying, but you sure you're okay?
I'll be fine. Better stop you goody two-shoes from fussing.
Got that. You're one of us now.
Now, despite what you may be thinking, don't worry, we're not retreading the entire area. All we need to do is get to the arena where Managarmr Niela was fought. Once we get there, well, prepare, because we've got ourselves a fight on our hands.
Hang on! That looks like Id!
It's like my shadow. What the hell is going on?
I don't understand either, but it doesn't look open to questions. Get ready for a fight!
So this is a Dark Shadow, more or less a copy of Id's powers, be it a fading remnant of Versus powers or something else entirely, we don't really know. All we know is that it needs to be brought down here and now. It actually battles in much the same way it does, making the fight not exactly easy, but honestly, this thing's health bar is surprisingly very small, being basically a glass cannon. Well, maybe more a glass howitzer considering how hard it hits for, but while he can do a ton of damage as a swordmaster, and he does have a dragon form, that's really about all there is to this fight without much else to say on the matter. If you could beat Id, If you could beat Bahamut Versa, which you have to get here by the way, then really this fight should pose no trouble to you.
It's done. You okay, Ed?
Weirdly, I think I actually needed that. After going toe-to-toe with the dragon's destructive power, I swear I can tackle anything now.
Well, we slew the Dark Shadow, and Seed Hollow is now 100% safe from that threat becoming a problem and spiraling out of control. But something doesn't feel right. We won't be able to explore it for now, but it seems like there's something else at the peak of the pillar. Something evil. With Shadow It slain, we now unlock the Extreme Difficulty quest, which are basically supercharged versions of main story bosses designed with in-game builds in mind, as everything from this point on will be between level 80 and level 100, and we're going to need to get more powerful. This is also around the point I'd really recommend you decide on a main or maybe two mains that you want to use for the in-game. Now, I'm maining Jita, much like I do in Versus Rising, so I chose to complete her character episode, which does result in a 1v1 duel with Id, but, well, at this point I'm level 100 and he's level 50, so it doesn't last too long. I'm just gonna play the cutscenes with me sandbagging a little bit for the plot.
Let's do this. Give me everything you've got.
Okay, great back at it. Please, just promise me you two won't. We already knew this, but it's pretty much unstoppable. So, wanna give up?
You wish. Then it's just getting started.
This way can't look anymore.
Captain, let's up the ante.
Gonna take more than that to beat me.
I knew this wouldn't be an easy fight.
You're no slouch yourself. Bruised but still smiling. That's my bud. I'm no longer.
Thank you, Captain.
No. Thank you.
Once again, don't neglect these side stories. The stat buffs may be small, but they're nice and helpful, and the 2 extra sigil slots you get are huge at any point in the game. They're going to be especially helpful for the endgame. But if we really want to win, we're going to need to get stronger gear, and now is the time to begin crafting your ultimate weapons. This is where you can finally begin getting weapons up to level 150 with drops from extreme difficulty quests, and if you're a Monster Hunter fan, you understand where this is going. If not, then I hope you like trading with Zero Carte for items because you're going to be doing a lot of bartering for a good long while. Power up whatever weapons you want, but if you're going after super bosses, I'd recommend focusing on the ascendant weapons each character has. They'll be labeled as such. For example, Jita's ascendant weapon is the Sword of Eos. In fact, it might be worth taking the level 150 weapons to Zero now to begin working on Weapon Awakening, which allows you to take its power even further than initially thought possible. This is how you stand a chance against the final challenges and come out on top, not with luck, but with skill and preparation. It's expensive, but it's worth it, and you can always just fight slimes to get money. And with us now being level 80 to 100, we finally unlocked the last major boost of the Mastery Grid. Here, you can just spend Mastery points for a bit of a gotcha. It gives you random buffs to your characters that will stay applied until you decide to overwrite it for another. But while it costs money to spin the metaphorical wheel, you can also choose to keep what you have before the spin, so you're not forced to change if what's new seems like crap. Now, why bother going through all these preparations exactly? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time we take up knighthood's finest calling, as our final main objective in our search for Rolan is to slay a bunch of dragons. The final gauntlet of foes before the game's true ending are going to be against the Tetra Elemental Dragons, and if the new music is any indication, these fights will not be a walk in the park. Well, most of them aren't anyways. So, it's time we begin slaying some dragons, starting with Vrazarek, the Master of Flames. This dragon is ready to have you burn to the ground. He has some physical attacks up his sleeve, but most of this fight is based around his fire being so hot it can melt part of the arena. This means the fight is filled with area denial, and he can make those molten areas begin to erupt as well, which can make things extra spooky. But he's not immune to slow, which means he can be exploited if you have someone like Id in your party. though I wouldn't call it free. He's probably the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty, even if his ultimate is just lava reskinned versions of the Ancient Dragon's meteors raining down from the sky. With our first dragon slain, we get our 7th of Rolan's notes talking about his plans going forward after the Dali Island catastrophe and realizing that Lilith has set her plans into motion, so he has to find a way to stop her. The next dragon on the chopping block would be Corvel the Earthworm, and in terms of fighting, he's almost the opposite of Vrazarek. Instead of using magic to rain meteors and breathe fire, this boss has no real magic to speak of outside of like one breath attack, and instead opts for raw power, being able to fling rocks into the air and creates aftershocks from earthquakes. This is also seen in his ultimate, where he dashes along the arena, then creates hazardous zones that must be avoided afterwards. And it can be quite the positioning check to deal with, but all of his attacks are more immediate threats than anything to constantly keep your eyes peeled for. That being said, in terms of difficulty, I'd probably put him as bottom 2 in terms of the dragons, because while he's no joke, he's more of a brute, he's still pretty easy to stagger, and with going all in on melee attacks, it just means making him a dancing teddy bear before your offense the second he loses his balance. Still, he's pretty fun though. Fun, however, is not the word I would be using to describe our third dragon, Wilness the Ice Worm. Normally, I'm an advocate for ice dragons because I think they're cool. Pun not intended, but not apologized for. This one, however, is very annoying. Vrazarek specializes in positioning checks, and Corvel specializes in melee. Wilness specializes in wasting your fucking time. Most of his attacks inflict glaciate, and he can camp you out like a degenerate. This fight is not fun, and is far and away the worst dragon to fight. In terms of difficulty, however, he's on the upper end because he can do a lot of damage, especially with the Glaciate status effect. So if you're not playing as Rackham, Twain, Eero, or Eugen, you're going to have a very bad time. And the cream of the terribly rotten crop is his ultimate attack, where he flies into the sky, being completely invincible, while dropping some icicles that present no danger to the player, in short of them falling asleep in their chair. The boss commits the cardinal sin of any in-game boss in being boring. This fight's just tedious, it's not even remotely enjoyable, even the music here kinda sucks. But thankfully, the final of the Tetra Elemental Dragons brings it back with the Lucius Windworm, and I would consider it to be the hardest Tetra Elemental Dragon despite being weak to Zeta, i.e. the boss slayer of the game. Now, the boss ends up having a glass cannon sort of shtick going on, but this time around, Lucius specializes in constantly having some sort of attack going on. The fight is fast-paced with high energy, and Lucius feels a lot more reactionary than the other dragons did, instead of scripted, which I really like. The ultimate attack this time around is simple on paper, but dangerous in execution, as it makes a giant tornado that tries to suck you in, while it has multiple smaller tornadoes try to trip you up. It's a more involved fight than some of the other dragons, and it's probably my favorite of these Tetra Elemental Dragons. It's a worthy challenge for the in-game, and it's got the same awesome music that Vrazarek had. Kind of the super video gamey retro sound, which I like a lot. With the defeat of the last dragon, we obtain the final of Rolan's notes, where he talks about finding his glimmer of hope to stop Angraminyu, and whatever plans Lilith may have had, and hoping that his best friend is watching over him from heaven.
I never thought I'd see the day you call us together. I'm thrilled, but what's the occasion?
After every journal entry has been obtained, Id wants us to head to the church in Falka for a meeting, as he believes he has a way for us to save Rolan. Essentially, Id was actually reading the notes and learned Rolan found a way to traverse dimensions, which was how he saved us from the Shadow Realm when we beat Versa. Id was a survivor of the Dali catastrophe and became a vessel for Versa, and because of that, it means he's kind of gained some of his powers, Versa's abilities, through osmosis essentially, growing up, and that means he can kind of maybe, just maybe, open a rift to, well, go into Versa's domain and save Rolan.
So, is this the end of Mr. Fixit's reign as town handyman?
Come on, after all he's contributed, once we get Rolan back, they ought to team up and take the handyman world by storm.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there.
Well, he didn't deny it. I would say make preparations for the final battle, but you don't actually need to do that, for reasons we'll get to shortly.
okay?
Damn it all. I'm at my limit. Give me a hand.
Now's our chance.
Stay safe.
Where could Rolan be?
Look who it is. This ends here and now.
This colossal piece of work is our true final battle, and I'm very glad that they didn't make it another regular battle that was effectively just a reskin of Bahamut Versa. Instead, they made it a kaiju battle, so that way both fights would be able to stand on their own merits as awesome challenges, and in this case, as a reward for making it all the way through the postgame. And this fight is quite a bit more involved than the pretty easy slap fight against Angra Mainyu. Don't get me wrong, I love the Mainyu fight, but it's a complete and total joke. This battle, well, this is more like Galactic Punch-Out.
Charging up!
Dodged it! Now what do you say we return the favor?
Versa has quite a few attacks that must be dodged, and he has major things like charge attacks that he needs to be stunned out of, and things like Light of Deliverance. This battle is far more involved than Angra Mainyu was, which is awesome because it's letting the cool mechanics that the fight could have had in the first fight really shine, because you can't just button mash your way to victory here. And I appreciate that. Again, this fight isn't some brutal, overwhelming challenge of difficulty, but he will require you to actually put in the effort, and I think that's good. And I would say nothing proves that more than his attack Synchrotron, which requires you fly through the void, trying your best to dodge his onslaught of attacks while returning fire when you can. And from the sounds of it, we're not alone in here, as Rolan has managed to survive all this time. I guess being an immortal demigod has its perks. And, well, the fight is going to become more dire as time goes on, so we can't linger for too long. It's an excellent fight, as a tough but rewarding in-game challenge that puts you to the test, and the music is also great.
If it hits us, we're finished!
So we're not gonna let it!
Captain, Lyria, charge ahead and don't stop!
Now for the hardest part of the fight, is we have to navigate a draconic minefield worth of projectiles. It's dangerous, but it can be quite satisfying to pull off and thread the needle, and it's very fun.
Time has come to put Versa away for good, and I'm going to need everyone's help.
Rolan is back at our side once again, and Versa is subdued. Now all that's left is to finish this monster. Tear into him with everything you've got, as he won't stay bound for long, but all we need to do is prepare a Skybound art and finish the job against this true monstrosity. You've got this. Now, it's time to win the day and go home. Let's settle the score.
It's finally over. Mother. No. Dimension is on the verge of collapse. Hurry, Lyria. Get us out.
Right. We made it!
First off, let me say thank you all so very, very much. You too, Id. I'm glad that you're safe.
Right back at you. It was not long ago that I chose the wrong path and left only suffering in my wake. I committed sins no one could ever deign to forgive. Even so, this world offered me a shot at redemption. I need only look to the compassion of my newfound allies to see that.
Glad to have you back, Rolan.
Yeah. We came to save you, but you rescued us instead.
No. I have brought you nothing but trouble.
This marks a new chance. I won't let it slip away. I'll do everything I can to atone. I must.
We were worried sick about you.
Same here. You sounded way too relaxed during your final transmission.
That's right.
Lilith raised me to subdue these skies, but your crew gave me direction.
Say! Who wants to grab a cold one back in Volca?
I could go for a frosty glass of apple juice.
Looking back on all that's led up to this moment, maybe there was a reason for the suffering, the strife. Though the skies won't tell me how to wield it, I was given this power, and I will atone for the sins of my past. I'm sure we can see eye to eye there, can't we? Oh God of destruction. The Sky Realm is under my protection now.
And with that, we have obtained the true ending, completed Skybound Heart, and unlocked Maniac difficulty, which is essentially a souped-up version of story bosses to absurd levels. I don't have anything to say on them, but beyond that lies Proud difficulty, home to some unique and challenging super bosses on a whole other level than what we've faced here. And I want to fight them. I'm not really going in any set order for these, just kind of tackling them as I want to. Think of it sort of like the post-game of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue Rescue Team, how there's a few little super mini-story arcs centered around unlocking legendaries to add to your team. In this case, though, it's around, hey, we heard about this thing here, and then you go find it and you fight your super boss. There are 6 of them to tackle, with 3 of them that stand above the rest in terms of difficulty. But first, we're going to tackle the 3 minor super bosses, shall we say. God, what a oxymoron that is. Remember how I said there was something evil at the top of the pillar? Yeah, that was actually a bit of a play on words, as we have a super boss fight against the Dragon of Darkness, the evil Blackworm, spelled E-V-Y-L. Because, due to a comedic oversight, this is actually the easiest super boss by far, and it's honestly the go-to one if you need to farm generic materials. Now what makes him so easy? Well, he's got powerful attacks, and he's assisted by Dark Gyres, which are meant to make things more threatening by blowing up and inflicting you with a slow status effect. But while slow is inconvenient, perfect dodges still work as normal, and it's pretty easy for you to cleanse, with things like Clarity. In fact, that's why I run that on here, is to cleanse status effects and a bit of regeneration. Additionally, if you take out a Gyre without it self-destructing, they leave behind their cores, which act as throwable bombs that can also deal their designated status effect to enemies. And guess what boss isn't immune to the slow status? Yeah, because of that, Evil ends up going from what would be a serious in-game threat to honestly easier than even the Tetra Elemental Dragons, possibly even the easiest out of all 6, making this fight a complete cakewalk to defeat, as his moves are basically irrelevant to the player when they're running in slow motion. Enjoy your easy win. The rest of them will not be so kind. Now, next up on the chopping block, I highly recommend playing as either Twain or Rackham. Any other character will just have a bad time. Also, if you have a slot for an AI teammate, bring along id. Our next foe is the Behemoth. This monstrosity is an absurd level 175, which sounds terrifying, and trust me, it is. But the real terror isn't the level, it's how damn aggressive this boss is, where if he's not staggered, then there's no point in the fight where he's not in the middle of an attack animation. You could argue that makes for the fastest paced boss fight in the game. Or you could call it what it really is, an overly spammy, hyper-aggressive shit show against a boss with attacks that overlap so much that dodging them stops being a matter of quick reflexes and starts becoming an act of God. All the while, this thing is moving around the arena like it's on crack. Id is useful as an NPC companion because he can inflict slow, but as a player, you should only use either Twain or Rackham, as they're the only ones that even have a chance to realistically deal consistent damage against this annoying spaz. And don't even think about taking a slower character like Vayne, Vasaraga, or Siegfried. They're just going to have a terrible time here. Honestly, while I hate Scarmiglione more for its bad gimmick and defense mission, this is my least favorite actual boss in the game, and he would be the hardest boss in the game if not for one very noteworthy exception that will be getting his own dedicated chapter at the end of this video. Honestly, I just wanted to get this guy out of the way, so that's kind of why we're talking about him now. If you bring along Twain, she can kind of just riddle him full of holes from a bit of a distance, and it's your best chance. Just hope your AI teammates don't get murdered in the process. But we have one last elemental dragon to bring down. When there is darkness, there is also light. And in this case, the holy counterpart to evil is Radis, the White Worm. I'm just going to say this right now, in terms of difficulty, he clears all the others no contest. But in terms of quality, it's less a matter of how well does he stack up to the other dragons, and more, do the other dragons even deserve to be in the same conversation as him? This is one of the best bosses in the game by a comfortable amount. He is a top 5 boss fight. He has these gyres that can act as a bit of a hazard, or you can turn them into an advantage to bomb him, but get this, he's not weak to them, and he doesn't get destroyed by their status effect. What a concept. Actually, I don't even think the light gyres have status effects. Otherwise, he has a good mix of both physical and magic attacks he can unleash, and he's not being too locked or too committed to either option. He has an answer for everything. But he also has multiple ultimates, with the first being Holy Light raining down from above to purge his enemies, and it's sort of like Lumus's Icicles, but a lot more engaging and lasting less than half the time, but you have to, be on the move. What a concept. Now, I will say this, Radis is not as bulky as some of this game's super bosses, but he doesn't need to be, because he's able to give himself a regeneration buff to make up for his lower than average HP. It's not impossible to get around, and it's not even throughout the whole fight, but it means he's bulkier than he initially lets on. He's also got a second ultimate called Cataclysmic Thunder, where he continues to rain down the wrath of God on his enemies while also having you play a game of dangerous jump rope over everything, and he starts covering the arena in Holy Mines. This becomes the ultimate positioning check. It's one of the most dangerous attacks in the game, but it's actually not too bad in Phase 1. It's more a case where it gets crazy in Phase 2, where he adds far more mines you have to dodge. It's kind of interesting. This is the only time I can think where an ultimate attack gets stronger in a second phase, though it's probably more examples I'm just not thinking of. Radis is tough. He's the hardest of the dragons, and honestly, even though he's one of the lowest leveled super bosses, I'd actually say he's about middle of the pack. I'd put him higher than Evil, and I would probably put him higher than the boss we're going to talk about next, despite the next one being level 150. Even when he gets low on health and he's finished with his ultimates, he's not done yet, as he's going to start having lightning follow-ups to his attacks and being able to scorch the arena in his Holy Thunder. Honestly, it would not be a stretch to compare this boss to the likes of White Fatalis from Monster Hunter, as a big challenge far above most foes in the game. Albeit, I wouldn't say he's as difficult, but he's still a top 5 boss in the game in terms of both quality and difficulty, and easily the best elemental dragon, which honestly makes unlocking Proud difficulty feel quite rewarding and worthwhile. But originally, before the updates, and before Behemoth came in, the final challenge of the game was the first challenge of the game, a battle against the mighty Proto-Bahamut, but for real this time. This is a 3-phase war, though admittedly Phase 1 is very brief and light, as it's mostly about using the turrets to shoot down his projectiles. The real fight begins at 80% HP when he unleashes Skyfall and the Wings of Terror starts playing, as we now have our big fight from the tutorial, but this time for keeps. It's time to go all out, and wonder what the hell is the Grand Cypher made of? After he doesn't erase you from existence, he'll use a skill known as Arcadia, where he forms elemental crystals that must be destroyed to stop a big attack. If you're able to succeed, he'll remain stunned for an eternity. If you fail, it's going to suck to be you. But honestly, if your team is actually trying, then you're not going to fail, and you can easily burn your way through Phase 2 almost as easily as you could Phase 1, especially because when he's casting Arcadia in Phase 2, he's completely immobile. It's really surprisingly easy, and because of this, I actually think Proto-Bahamut's the second easiest of the super bosses despite the big cinematics and the high level. But he's not going down that easily, as Phase 3 has him unleash absolute judgment and call upon the power he used to annihilate Versa. And now he's using every element to try and destroy you, while making you wonder, how the hell is the Grand Cypher still holding up after everything? The best way to go about this fight is to be willing to swap between both the turrets and on foot, and do not stop moving if he's in the middle of an attack. It's not the hardest thing in the world to avoid, but if it hits you, you will die, and remember, his giant laser beam has a vacuum effect. Yeah, make sure you remember that one or else. When Arcadia comes back out, it's another DPS race, but this time around he's actively attacking you instead of just sitting in the background, which does provide some escalation in difficulty, as you had a safe environment to learn it the first time, and now you need to be actually able to execute. When he gets stunned though, you want to make sure you go all out. You won't be able to kill him here, but ideally you want to get his health as low as you can, because once he gets back up, you're going to reach the final stretch, and 15% HP is a very important HP threshold for this boss fight. When Proto-Bahamut goes below 15% HP, we ram into him at full speed, mirroring the beginning of the game. He's now preparing an attack known as Fatal Crest. You must go all out to win here. Skybound arts are no longer a means to just deal damage, they're a means to stall out that countdown to your demise. Don't shotgun your own Skybound art, stall as long as you can. You need every second. Go all out and bring an end to these Wings of Terror. Our next super boss stands out a little bit as we're given a message from Ciro Carte about a strange machine-like creature being spotted in the desert and sounding all too familiar to a powerful foe known as an Automagod. They're powerful enough to rival almighty beings, and they're not friendly either. Our best option is to investigate and take it out as fast as we can. I don't see any reason to beat around the bush for this one. Automagod Pyet-A is my favorite boss in the entire game, and the only fight that even comes close is Bahamut Versa. Initially, it seems pretty basic, like a robotic Hannibal with a laser beam tail and no elemental affinity. So what's so crazy about this fight, outside of the cybernetic appearance when most of this game is more high fantasy looking? But shortly into the fight, it'll use an attack known as Elemental Shift, which makes a bunch of crystals. You can't stop this art from happening. Instead, you need to decide which crystals remain, as that will determine what element the Pyet-A becomes, and that will affect his ultimate attacks that he uses, such as fire covering the arena in rings of flame, while having a tail laser go around the arena that you need to avoid both of. The Elemental Shift also affects his weaknesses, so having a wide variety in your team is definitely a good idea if you want to be ready for any circumstance. The fight is challenging, but Phase 1 is surprisingly relaxed, at least until he starts raining down lasers constantly, necessitating you stay on the move, while a giant robotic dinosaur is trying to bring about the apocalypse. But compared to some of these other super bosses, he's not as crazy as those fights. The real threat happens in Phase 2 when he activates the Firefly Array. The first array is pretty simple, at least on paper, just dealing with all the insane numbers of lasers and the multiple energy crystals at the same time, while trying to stop him from unleashing a full-powered chromatic arc. But ultimately, There's so many targets that you're still going to have to endure the attack and not get blown up by his gigantic shockwave. Or do, I'm not the boss of you, but please have either Guts or Auto Revive ready to go. At this point, the fight just becomes his first phase on multiple different addictive substances, and you know what? I love it. It's so hectic, but in a good way, where you can just sort of adapt to what's going on and read what he's doing, unlike Behemoth that moves entirely too much. It's a lot, don't get me wrong, but nothing he does is insurmountable, and nothing he does is unreadable. Then at low HP, he's going to start by getting his next elemental shift, but now with the twist that he'll keep passively recasting it for the remainder of the fight, constantly changing his elemental affinity and what actions he can do. In this case, he ended up going for the light element, which allows him to unleash Sea of Tides, which is a string of dashes around the arena. It looks cool, and all of the different elements make this fight super replayable. In fact, I would say this is probably the most variety out of any boss in the game, because no two fights are going to play out the exact same. He's always got something different up his sleeve, and this is the boss I've fought about a dozen times, and I still find new stuff, and I still enjoy it. It's probably not only my favorite boss in the game, but maybe even a top 20 boss fight of all time for me? Not quite sure on that. I'll have to get back to you on that one in the future. However, just because he's fun doesn't mean you want to stall. The Apocalypse Blades are going to start getting out of hand, and when he drops below 10% HP, and he's not in the process of getting staggered by your Skybound arts, you need to be ready to do or die, because he has a nuke capable of instantly killing you. However, unlike Bahamut or the next foe, he can be stunned out of it, even if it's very highly unlikely. I've seen it happen once out of my dozen or so attempts. It's hard, but I love this fight to death. It's everything a super boss should be, in my opinion. A fun test of challenge that shakes things up while putting all your skills to the test in ways that feel creative, fun, but also demand some level of mastery from the player. He's awesome, but he's not the ultimate challenge. For our last objective, we're actually given a chance to speak with Sandalphon, a powerful friend and ally who's honestly probably about the highest tiered guy we have on our team in terms of power scaling, if you're into that sort of thing. But he also ends up talking with us, recalling about a fight with our greatest foe from our journeys past.
It calls to mind the time you and I squared off against our greatest foe.
Oh, him.
Yes, him. Given the world-shattering situation with Lilith and Versa, you see why I bring up Lucilius.
The setup is surprisingly casual, as it's Sandalphon recreating the battle, giving us a way to test our might against Lucilius. But trust me, this fight is anything but casual fun. This fight is the hardest in the game, no questions asked. You need to be prepared. Ultimate weapons, maximum sigil slots, preferably fully upgraded sigils with bonus effects, and just don't come in here with anything less than the best.
You will not impede my plans.
Paradise lost!
I apologize for the audio sounding a little bit borked here, but at the same time, I'm not refighting this boss again anytime soon, because Lucilius is easily the hardest boss I have faced in the history of this channel. This battle took me over 70 attempts to beat. That's well over a week worth of throwing myself at him, and just him, even after the preparations were done. Lucilius is simultaneously bullet hell and a master of the blade, with multiple attacks being able to kill you in one, maybe two shots without much trouble at all, as well as projectile spam and attacks being able to pierce your guard. Auto revive is necessary. Guts is basically mandatory. You need all the attack boosting and preferably stun boosting things you can bring. Do not come in here with weak ass characters that you haven't worked on. Everyone needs to have all their sigil slots. Preferably everyone needs to have all their weapons maxed out fully awakened, and then buffed to plus 99 on top of that for good measure. Do not screw around here. This fight requires all of that preparation. And the real threat hasn't even started yet, as he's going to overdrive for the first time. He'll trap Sandalphon, and it's time for the do or die portion of the boss fight. You need to accomplish multiple tasks in succession, known as the 12 labors. If you succeed, you're able to stun him for a little bit and get some damage and continue the fight. But each time you fail, you suffer a maximum HP decrease for the rest of the fight, which may as well be a game over, because if your health is anything below 30,000, it's going to be constant one-shots. First up is the sigils, which is simply match the color and dodge the dark waves. But don't take too long, as there's both a punishment counter and the sigil counter itself. Take too long to destroy each sigil, and it will cause it to reset time while punishment timer keeps on ticking down, and you probably won't have enough time to win. Our next set of labors is the worst of the bunch, and that's destroying his elemental wings. You must pick an element and attack it, at which point 4 of them will scatter into the spheres throughout this arena, and that will fill with dark liquid. Should it fill up, you blow up. And that countdown to destruction is still going to keep on ticking. You must destroy each ring while also being under another punishment time limit, and this time you're constantly being harassed by lasers from every single angle. This is where 40 of my attempts came to an end. You did not mishear me. 40 of them. Either I would get too much damage taken, I'd run out of max HP, or I would just straight up die completely. Thankfully, the next set of labors actually cuts you a bit of a break. All you have to do is defeat his 3 weapons, and you're on a time limit, so you can't rest, but after the last 2 challenges, this sort of Kreia stuff isn't that bad. You're still on a time limit though, so don't hesitate here. But I recommend focusing down a single sword then continuing, because it not only weakens the punishment, but you can pick up a broken sword and throw it into the others, which is really funny and does a decent chunk of damage if you pull it off. Now, thankfully the last labor is basically free, as he's going to charge up Paradise Lost to unleash upon you like he did at the start of the fight. Here, you simply need to wail on him until you can perform Skybound arts. But a team of 4 attackers won't be enough. You'll need a team of 5 to truly break through him. And we've only got 4 party members, so how is that gonna work? Well, luckily we have Sandalphon on our side to help. He will give us the power we need to get one over on Lucilius, but be warned, even if you stop him here, he's still going to unleash that Paradise Lost.
Kneel and face your fate.
Guide me, direct me, by your light. Paradise Lost! Paradise Lost! Now, let's finish this!
And to think all of that wasn't even a quarter of his health. Oh boy. Okay, well, to be fair, that's the most demanding part of the fight done. There's no more labors to conquer, thank God. Now, he's just going all out with his attacks. The most threatening not even being an ultimate, but because it's going to be whenever he gathers energy within him, like those little red waves, before he spins all his blades around to attack you, because that attack easily breaks 70,000 damage and can hit twice, making it a guaranteed one-shot in most situations, even hitting through something like Guts, which would normally stop and save you at 1 HP. And yeah, the true Sword of the Apocalypse is very dangerous. And then comes the Celestial Fusion, and now he rains down the apocalypse of darkness of all flavors from the sky, and he can also cause status effects like Dizzy. Surviving this part is difficult on a good day, but if you can make it past that, you actually have a chance, as he'll now start focusing on using his swords to cleave you in half for a while, and you can take a bit of a breather. Well, that was definitely a sentence, but anyways, you can chill out at least until he activates his overdrive mode. But funny enough, this run, I guess it was having none of that, because he activated the Skybound art right before Lucilius could do something here, which actually threw off his groove and wasted a lot of his overdrive, and this was what led to my victory ultimately. See, when he's not getting staggered, he'll go into charging another Paradise Lost, and if you have the stun capabilities, this is your best chance to do real damage, as it's a consistent way to unleash some real threats to him. But after the Paradise Lost is done, either through stagger or something else, he's going to go and unleash another ultimate attack that you need to deal with. But this brought him down about 10% of his HP, which will make a difference. Now, you need to be on your toes for Final Rebellion, where he brings about the apocalypse once again. Don't try to get fancy and dodge, just run for your life here until the explosions stop. When the lasers come, I suggest trying your best. I don't have any good advice here other than try not to die. But if you see the clock, you'll notice the time left isn't going down, and that's because time stops moving for Skybound arts, both yours and his. This is important to know because this is the only reason why the harder version of Lucilius, where he's level 250 and you only have 10 minutes to beat him, is even remotely possible, because those 10 minutes are secretly closer to about 20 minutes. And yes, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I will not be fighting Lucilius Zero in this video. That fight is beyond my capabilities and is basically impossible to do in single player. It requires multiplayer, and I don't have that level of coordination with friends on this game, and randoms, I wouldn't even know where to begin. Maybe that'll be a bonus video in the future. We'll see. You'll know you're in the home stretch when he unleashes Gopherwood Arc. It's honestly a surprisingly basic attack compared to the others. It's a very fast and linear attack, but each attack hits for over 100,000 damage, meaning they will one-shot you without guts or some serious damage cut applied, and even then that damage cut will only save you from one attack. But honestly, it's almost blasé at this point. And as you can guess, once the attack's done, more Paradise Lost. Now, normally this would lead into the most dire DPS check of the game, but thanks to id, we ended up burning so much of his overdrive gauge, and his script requires he goes into Paradise Lost if he's above 15%, and he was at 16%. So it's up to you if you want to go for the break first or Skybound arts or whatever. You can just pretty much skip the final phase. Clock as much damage as humanly possible though, because when he's back up, he's going to go for the end. This is a do or die. If he gets it off, you lose. That's it. Thankfully though, you should have some Skybound arts ready to go, and you can stall him out. Or just nuke him into the ground. Pick your favorite means. We just need to make sure he stays dead for good. Granblue Fantasy Relink is a special game. It's not only a fantastic action RPG, but it's a rare case of a game that not only survived development hell, but quite possibly came out stronger than ever. The multiplayer is a blast, the story's very good, there's no filler in the plot, the bosses are awesome, the music is great, and it all just sort of works. I had a wonderful time revisiting this game as a way to more or less get back into the groove before Endless Ragnarok came out, and I enjoyed it far more than I thought I was going to. Now, I don't believe every single game needs to be a forever game, but I'm also not going to say no to a game randomly getting a new content developed for it and added years later, and I'm very excited to see what's to come. And that's about where my script comes to an end. It's kind of just going to be a little rambly stuff at this point. Not as much in terms of the super crazy thank yous this time around. I know this is my longest video to date, not counting Dark Souls 2's video, which was two different ones slapped together, so I don't know if you want to count that one or not. So if you watched all the way through to this, then thank you. Otherwise, I guess thanks to my sister, who decided she just plays these long-ass videos and while she goes to sleep or works out, so okay. I don't know, that's just one of those funny things she sent me before. It was just like, hey, I'm making you one whole penny. I was like, oh, okay, okay, Colleen, thanks. Yeah. Otherwise, it's about all I've got in terms of this. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed watching this behemoth of a video half as much as I enjoyed making it. This actually marks the 20th review retrospective, or whatever, I still need to think of a better name for that I've created for this channel, which is a notable milestone, at least for me. I know these videos don't get the same sort of views that my boss rankings, especially not the same sort of views my worst difficulty spikes get, but these are my favorite sorts of videos to make. They wouldn't be these multiple hour-long passion projects if they weren't. I hope you enjoyed, but that's all I've got for now. I'm honestly not sure what game I'll cover next, but probably something much shorter and simpler, oh for the love of God. But if you enjoyed and want to see more content of varying quality, consider liking, subscribing, and hyping the video. Currently, I think about 10% of my average viewers are subscribed, so hey, if you want to help out, I'm not going to say no. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. I thank you for watching. Take care.